impartiality and decorum are values that I will continue to prioritise as my term as Speaker. If members would like to raise questions regarding the subject of my statement, I will recuse from the debate.
Honourable members, for your attention. It being 11:07, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business, resuming consideration
McGregor, Cowichan, Malahad, Langford,
an act to amend the criminal code, neglect of vulnerable adults, bill in the name of Ms. Fry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and a good Monday morning to all my colleagues in the House. I'm pleased to be able to rise and give some of my thoughts on Bill C-295, which was introduced by the member for Vancouver Centre and is an act to amend the criminal code on the subject of neglect of vulnerable adults. And I'm very pleased to be rising and speaking on this subject, especially on behalf of all of the vulnerable seniors in my riding, but also their families, because families, as we have seen over the last 3 years, also suffered through the subject matter that we are going to be discussing as a part of this bill. And it is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that the chronic neglect and abuse of older adults living in long-term care facilities is a long-standing problem. This is something that slipped under the radar for many, many years before COVID so frighteningly put it to light and exposed what was there all along. So, Mr. Speaker, C-295 is specifically going to amend the criminal code to create a specific offence for long-term care facilities, their owners and officers when they fail to provide necessaries of life to residents of facilities. So, we are finally, this Parliament, putting into the criminal code a specific offence when the people who run these facilities fail to uphold their part of the bargain. It will also, Mr. Speaker, allow the court to make an order prohibiting any owner or officer of such a facility from being, through employment or volunteering, in charge or in a position of trust or authority towards vulnerable adults. So again, consequences for people who are in those trust positions, but also to allow courts to consider as an aggravating factor for the purpose of sentencing the fact that an organization failed to perform the legal duty that it owed to a vulnerable adult. So we could rightly question, Mr. Speaker, why it's taken so long to even consider putting these things into the criminal code, but here we are, and it's about time we got going with this particular bill. I want to also recognize that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, they did do their due consideration of this bill. During their review of the bill, we had 15 witnesses that appeared before the committee, including the research chair on the mistreatment of older adults from the University of Sherbrooke, the Canadian Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse Prevention Ontario, and the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions. And these over 15 witnesses in total, over 4 meetings at that committee. That committee also had 26 briefs that were submitted as a part of its study. Now, going to the committee report, Mr. Speaker, I'll direct the fact, or members of the House, to the fact that one of the big changes that were made was replacing the word manager with the word officer, and specifically putting a new definition so that now the people who are covered by the word officer include the chairperson of the board of directors, the president, a vice president, the secretary, the treasurer, the comptroller, the general counsel, and the general manager or managing director of a long-term care facility. So again, going after that top echelon of people who are responsible not only for the overall budget of a place, but really for how it directs its care levels, its staffing standards, and also the level of service that residents can expect at those facilities. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that there has been a long history of neglect, and what the pandemic did was shine a very important light on that. But it's often been called hidden neglect because for many people who worked in the industry, worked at long-term care homes, or even were those who were responsible for reviewing their actions, have known that unfortunately, these have existed for quite some time. And it is also a fact, Mr. Speaker, that during the pandemic especially, there was a huge difference between the for-profit long-term care homes and the public or non-profit facilities. The for-profit facilities had a much worse patient outcome overall than not-for-profit homes in general. And Mr. Speaker, in my home province of British Columbia, the Seniors Advocate has recently reviewed the situation with for-profit long-term care homes. It's been noted that in British Columbia, the cost of a publicly subsidized long-term care bed through a private operator has jumped 35% in the last 5 years. The Seniors Advocate has found in the review has found that not-for-profit facilities spend about 25% more per resident on direct care when compared with for-profit care. So again, just underlining that fact, 25% more per bed by a not-for-profit facility. And then when there was a review conducted of the financial records from 2021 and 2022, it showed that long-term care facilities operated by for-profit companies delivered 500,000 fewer care hours than they were funded for by the province. So again, it speaks to the larger theme of when profit is introduced into a healthcare system, other considerations seem to make their way at the forefront rather than looking after the people the facility was designed for. I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that we are all very familiar with when the Canadian Armed Forces were deployed to some of the hardest hit long-term care homes across Canada, where they documented horrific accounts of inhumane treatment, abuse, and substandard care. According to the Canadian Armed Forces reports, dozens of residents in 2 Ontario nursing homes died not from COVID-19, but from dehydration and neglect. And I've looked at some of the short Coles notes from those reports, Mr. Speaker, and I'll read them out here for the record. Conditions in 2 of the seniors' homes appeared to be nothing short of horrid and inhumane, as ill-trained, burned out, and in some cases neglectful staff coped with the growing care needs of elderly residents. Residents faced inadequate nutrition because most of them were not getting 3 meals a day, and when they did, underfeeding was reported. Respecting the dignity of patients was not always a priority. Other patients were left in beds soiled in diapers rather than being ambulated to the toilets. And troops had to send a senior to hospital after the resident had fractured a hip and was not cared for by staff. So these are just some of the alarming things that came out from the Canadian Armed Forces who were deployed to those homes. And again, for the people who are familiar with long-term care homes in Canada, this was nothing new. All COVID-19 did was to serve to shed a light on that. On October 23rd of 2020, Mr. Speaker, CBC posted a story on its website, and I'll quote from a part of its investigation. Quote, CBC Marketplace reviewed 10,000 inspection reports and found over 30,000 written notices or violations of the Long-Term Care Homes Act and regulations between 2015 and 2019 inclusive. The LTCHA sets out minimum safety standards that every care home in Ontario must meet. Marketplace isolated 21 violation codes for some of the most serious or dangerous offenses, including abuse, inadequate infection control, unsafe medication storage, inadequate hydration, and poor skin and wound care, among others. The analysis found that of the 362 homes in the Ontario database, 538, or 85%, were repeat offenders. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand my time is coming to an end, and so in conclusion, I also want to recognize that women represent 65% of patients in Canadian residential continuing care facilities. So this is absolutely a gendered issue that we need to make pay close attention to. And in addition, the vast majority of care providers in supportive care are women, with a significant portion of these individuals being newcomers or immigrants, especially among personal support workers. Women accounted for the majority of the workers among both immigrants, which was 86%, and non-immigrants, 87%. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that my caucus, the NDP, believes that the victims of negligence in Canada's long-term care facilities deserve justice. And part of the confidence and supply agreement that we have with the Liberal government is the tabling of a safe long-term care act to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve no matter where they live. Although Bill C-295 is a step in the right direction, I don't believe it goes far enough in this regard. And rather than addressing this issue solely through a private member's bills, we expect that the government will follow through on this requirement and table legislation that puts these standards into a more encompassing piece of law so that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast can not only ensure that their loved ones are getting the care that they deserve, but that our vulnerable seniors have the full force of the law to make sure they are living with the dignity that they deserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking the floor this morning on Bill 295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults. To make it an offence for long-term care facilities or owners and managers to fail to provide the necessities of life to the residents of the facilities. I had the opportunity of replacing my colleague at the Justice Committee to study this bill a bit further as former head of awareness with regards to bullying against seniors. To go back to the bill, Mr. Speaker, it allows the court to make an order prohibiting the owners and managers of such facilities from being in a position of authority or trust over or having responsibility for vulnerable adults in the course of employment or voluntary work, and to make it an aggravating factor in sentencing that the organisation has failed to fulfil its legal duty to a vulnerable adult. The bill is perhaps a little opportunistic. It capitalises on the mistreatment of elderly people living in homes during the pandemic. The bill adds criminal offences for these cases. In the Liberal logic, filling the criminal code of offences is a way of helping people. Like I will explain in my speech, the details of progress made in Quebec and what remains to be done. So let's start with the first point. C-295 has two definitions to Section 214 of the Criminal Code, that of a long-term care facility and that of a manager for the purpose of committing criminal offences. We studied this at the Justice Committee. I could go through the nomenclature, but what I know is that we studied it at committee seriously, especially my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord. He studied it more deeply at committee after thought. I would like to note that the Bloc will vote for this bill at third reading because the Bloc has proposed two amendments that were adopted. The first sought to change the definition of manager with that of officer. Now, the notion of manager previously in the bill was far too broad the way it was defined. A civil servant or public servant in charge of purchasing or a nurse in charge of a team would have been covered by the bill. Many witnesses said that this was too broad. As for the notion of senior executives, this is well established in the law and covers directors and senior members of the administration, a chair, a vice chair. In short, the amendments place the responsibility on those who run the centres and not on the workers who are already carrying the healthcare network at arm's length. The other amendments ensures that the judge will take into account sanctions imposed under Quebec or provincial laws. Certain provinces, such as Quebec, have laws against mistreatment and abuse and forced care institutions to have a policy and a process for handling complaints. The judge will take this into account before imposing a restraining order. The Bloc Québécois believes it is important to study whether including criminal negligence against seniors living in long-term care homes in the criminal code will help them obtain the care and services to which they are entitled. Seniors were the biggest victims of the COVID-19 pandemic. We know this. They were overrepresented in the number of deaths. They were also the ones who suffered and continue to suffer the most from the repercussions of the virus, isolation, anxiety, and financial difficulties. Secondly, it should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that Quebec already has an act to combat the abuse of seniors and other vulnerable persons of full age, which allows fines to be imposed and protects whistleblowers who report abuse. That is what I was working on in the private sector at the time. The Bloc Québécois believes that the federal government is acting in compliance with its prerogatives with this bill and that it would add tools to investigators. The Bloc Québécois has therefore taken the time to study the issue in committee to assess the relevance of the bill. However, beyond prosecuting managers who have or could commit criminal acts, it is important that seniors receive services that will improve their quality of life. In this regard, the Bloc Québécois stresses that the other important role that the federal government must play in healthcare is to increase health transfers to 35% of system costs.
Why a 35% increase? Well, the horrible stories that occurred in CHSLDs are not justifications for the federal government to impose national standards. There were horrible situations in long-term care homes, and so that's why we had to ask the federal government for help, because there was a call to the population in Quebec to hire more staff because there was a staffing shortage. But then in 2020, there were negotiations between the Legault government and the federal Liberal government, and these were very tense negotiations because the federal government refused to extend army support. So the federal government, in fact, in some way instrumentalized Quebec's use of the army, of the military, and then the imposition of national standards in the speech from the throne was a way for federal government to impose its standards. But what provinces wanted was an increase to 35% of healthcare funding. And now the Liberal government has the NDP's support to impose those national standards, and the Liberals keep going ahead with their idea. They have promised $6 billion for healthcare in exchange for accepting the federal standards. In Quebec politics, Quebec clearly cares about what goes on in long-term care establishments. But in the 1867 Constitution Act, Sections 91 and 92, that sets out the sharing of jurisdiction between the federal government and provincial governments, and health care is Quebec's jurisdiction with the exception of Indigenous health and approval of medications and quarantine. It's important to remember whose jurisdictions are whose, because Ottawa does have a tendency to meddle with provincial jurisdiction, especially in healthcare. And healthcare is a very important jurisdiction, but the Constitution Act does set out jurisdictions which should be upheld and respected. Before the 2021 election, there was an NDP motion to nationalize and impose standards for long-term care homes. The Bloc Québécois was against it. What we want is for the federal government to do its share when it comes to funding, because, you know, we have a labor shortage and we need funding to fix all these issues in the healthcare system. Third, the Quebec government had to make decisions, and there was even a motion, in fact, tabled on December 2nd, 2020 by the Minister for Seniors and for Caregivers at the time, against the Liberals' will to impose standards for long-term care homes. There was a vote on this at Quebec's National Assembly. The Bloc Québécois supports the National Assembly's unanimous vision against the Liberal centralizing vision for long-term care homes and for standards. There was also a report by the Citizen Protector in Quebec, and there were recommendations to the government. There was also an emergency plan. There have been staffing strategies. There's also a national strategy to counter labor shortages. There has been a national action plan by the Provincial Ministry of Healthcare and Health Services to recognize the complexity of the challenges in long-term care establishments. And there have also been guiding principles for the quality of these establishments and regulations. So this is a huge list of actions Quebec has taken. Quebec is taking action to fix things, to right things. The federal government does not know how to improve Quebec's healthcare or Quebec's long-term care system. There is a plan that we have in Quebec with many, many measures. For example, mass recruitment, building new hospitals, increased accountability for management, coroner's inquiries, public inquiries. So Quebecers are taking stock of their situation and improving it with many measures and plans. So the Liberals don't need to do what Quebec is already in the middle of doing. And regulations for long-term care establishments are already set out provincially in our provincial regulations. And in fact, 86% of long-term care establishments in Quebec are public. But in Canada, 46% are public. We discussed this when we debated national standards for long-term care homes. So, Mr. Speaker, we must admit that provinces have the expertise to manage their own health care and their own long-term care homes. So that's why in Quebec we oppose the national standards. In conclusion, the federal government, Mr. Speaker, if the federal government really truly wants to help provinces and to help Quebec recover from the pandemic and improve the care that we offer seniors, then the federal government needs to stop being so paternalistic. The federal government needs to drop this idea of national standards because these standards don't match our provincial situations. The federal government needs to invest more in healthcare so that we can improve our own healthcare systems. Now, in this bill, there have been amendments which the Bloc Québécois supported. We have followed the study of this bill in committee. So what we want is to address the criminal code because that is, of course, federal jurisdiction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming the honourable member from Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to speak about Bill C-295, an act to amend the criminal code, which is the neglect of vulnerable adults. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 brought issues in the long-term care industry to light. Canadians did not and will not accept the conditions that were on display during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in long-term care facilities. This bill was initiated in that global atmosphere with the primary objective of better protecting vulnerable people living in these facilities. Seniors and persons with disabilities and long-term care deserve safer, quality health care. Bill C-295 is one method to deliver this care. My colleague from Vancouver Centre, the sponsor of this bill, is proposing changes to the criminal code in 3 ways. First, this bill proposes to amend Section 215 of the Criminal Code, which criminalizes the failure to provide the necessities of life for a dependent. Similar to a parent's duty to their child, the bill would criminalize the failure of owners and officers of long-term care facilities to ensure the necessities of life, such as food, lodging, and care, are provided to their residents. This amendment would be supplemented by a prohibition order against persons convicted of this new offense. This order is an accessory to the sentence that may be imposed. It is discretionary and would allow the court to prohibit for a period of time it determines the convicted person from seeking, obtaining, or continuing any employment, even volunteer employment, that would place that person in a position of authority towards a vulnerable adult. The third and final change proposed by this bill is the addition of an aggravating factor at the sentencing stage, requiring the court to consider a heavier sentence for organizations that fail to meet their legal obligations to a vulnerable adult. This bill was studied last spring by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and I'd like to focus my remarks on the work done by this committee and the results obtained. Various witnesses were heard, civil briefs were submitted, and the majority shared the same concern, that the term manager, which was initially proposed in the bill, could result in the inclusion of frontline workers in this new offense. Given the critical shortage of staff in care facilities, the proposed measure could, and I quote the Canadian Association for Long-Term Care, have a devastating impact on the recruitment and retention by unintentionally creating undue risk and hardship for frontline staff. This would exacerbate any already critical situation in many group homes and facilities. LTC providers across the country provide an invaluable service to seniors and persons with disabilities. Justice Committee members from all parties welcomed amendments to this bill to carefully identify owners and officers, these holding senior management positions such as CEO or chairperson, as the responsible decision makers who are accountable for mismanagement. The objective of the bill is laudable, but it should not interfere with the already precarious operations of LTC facilities. Officers are the individuals who make the key decisions on the care offered, the staff in place, the budget allocated to equipment, to name a few. For a vulnerable person, their inability to care for themselves makes them completely dependent on the care provided by these people, who have committed to help them by making these decisions with their best interests in mind. However, neither owners nor officers provide direct care to their residents. Rather, they oversee the facility's operations, make key management decisions, and ensure that the staff under their direction have all the tools they need to carry out their duties. Owners and officers who took all responsible precautions and care in the performance of their duties will not be affected by this change in federal law. With this amendment, the bill would specifically place responsibility on owners and officers of long-term care facilities who fail to ensure necessities of life are provided to the residents of the facility that they manage, if this would result in causing or permanent harm to the health of the residents in their care. Vulnerable adults in long-term care facilities depend on the good care of frontline workers, but also on the thoughtful decisions of the management team. Frontline workers, such as personal support workers, who provide direct care to LTC residents, will not be affected by this change in federal law. Sufficient staffing levels and adequate functional equipment, to name a few examples, come down to management decisions that can have an impact on the health of long-term care facility residents. Owners and officers, therefore, have a central role to play in the health of the adults entrusted to their care. I am grateful for the work of the committee members who adopted the amendment to make the maximum sentence 4 years in this case similar to the offense under Section 161 of the Criminal Code, which deals with orders prohibiting persons convicted of offenses against minors from working around them. The committee worked collaboratively to advance the cause of vulnerable people in long-term care facilities, and I remain convinced that we can continue to work in the same direction. Our seniors deserve better. The current state of the bill is, in my opinion, improved and more in line with the principles of criminal law. We have all heard the difficult stories of people trapped in long-term care facilities at the very start of the COVID-19 pandemic, in many cases without food or water. The individuals at the helm of these facilities must be dissuaded from making decisions that risk jeopardizing the health of their residents. The bill sends a clear message. Vulnerable adults in long-term care facilities can rely on third parties to provide them with a decent life, and there is no justification for compromising their health and dignity. We remain committed to working with the provinces, territories, and long-term care sector to ensure seniors and persons with disabilities live and thrive with the highest standard of care. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that I am confident that Bill C-295 will be passed quickly by this chamber so it can be studied by the other place. This revised version would be more specifically place the responsibility on the people whom, as a society, we entrust to make sound decisions on the care of our seniors so that they can live out their final years in peace. Canadians should have access to safe and quality health care at all stages of their lives. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue today.
Resuming debate, The honourable member for Mission Masqueak Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand and speak to Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Neglect of Vulnerable Adults. The reason I wanted to speak on this bill is that my grandmother passed away in September. In fact, on December 9th, this Saturday, it would have been her 96th birthday. In 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, I remember my grandmother, we call her Oma because I'm of Dutch heritage, my Oma being pretty lively, still having her wits about her. She could sing songs in Dutch and English, and really participated in our family life as we all so much enjoyed and cherished, like many other families do across Canada with their elders. When the pandemic came, my cousins, my aunts and uncles, we all had to make some hard decisions regarding the treatment of my grandmother in our family home where she resided. And for a period of time, to protect her, she was isolated from the broader community that had sustained her life in such a positive way, really since she immigrated to Canada in the 1950s. Long story short, like many families across Canada, my grandmother's dementia accelerated at a very quick rate once she was isolated from those that she loved. When I first got elected to Parliament, we heard from at the HUMA committee about from experts in geriatric care that might be one of the biggest mistakes we made during the pandemic, was separating seniors from those that they loved. So going back to my grandmother, she's isolated in her home, and her mental health deteriorated very quickly. And my aunts and uncles and my mother being her primary caregiver, had to make the difficult choice to put her into an assisted living facility, one that would be covered under Bill C-295. And I have to say, I was very pleased with the quality of care that my grandmothers received at the Chartwell facility in Mission. They were loving, they were conscientious, and they did everything to protect my grandmother. That's positive. When she was there, though, her dementia continued to accelerate, and it got worse and worse, and she could no longer stay in an independent living facility with her meals provided, and they had to make the very difficult decision to put her into a long-term care facility. Now, what I'm about to say is a little brash, but it's a fact. When children make a decision to put their parent into a long-term care facility, it's almost like a death sentence. They know that's the last place they're going to go. And for children to make that decision for their parent, it's one of the hardest things that they're going to have to do throughout their life. Canadians believe in the healthcare workers at our long-term healthcare facilities. They believe that those people have the best interests of vulnerable Canadians at heart. They believe and trust that our systems are going to work to make sure that the quality of life for those that they're responsible for is upheld in a dignified way that respects the human dignity of that individual. Unfortunately, that's not the case at all long-term care facilities across Canada, and all of us read and heard and experienced the horror stories that people talked about during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially when loved ones were separated from their seniors. Now, let me be very clear. That was not the case with my family, but like many other MPs across this country, we heard from families that had those negative experiences. So for that reason, I'm supporting the intention of this bill and supporting this legislation, because it gets to the essence of a very big fear that many children have for their parents, and that is, will they be protected? Will their human dignity be upheld when they can't be with them and they have to trust a stranger at a medical facility to the care of their parent? So the amendment made into paragraph 215(2)(b), With respect to a duty imposed by paragraph 1, B1 or C, the failure to perform the duty endangers the life of the person to whom the duty is owed or causes or is likely to cause the health of that person to be injured permanently. It goes on under the prohibition order to outline that an owner or officer, as the Member of Parliament spoke before, would be responsible in those conditions. So this bill sends out a signal to long-term care facilities that maybe haven't gotten it right, that not getting it right is not good enough. We always need to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens, our seniors who have devoted their life to this country, receive the type of care that they need. For me and my children, it's a daunting experience when you go into some of those facilities. Many seniors, unlike my grandmother, unfortunately don't have that large support system to protect them. They don't have, they don't come from a large family like mine where there's 20 cousins, 20 grandchildren, another 20 great-grandchildren, and 6 siblings to spread out the work and make sure that someone's there every day to watch out. And not every family has that. Not every senior is blessed with a large family like that. And that's why this bill is important, because sometimes seniors may only have one advocate, and that person may still be working a full-time job or have other responsibilities, and they can't be there every day. But when they do show up and they see that something's wrong, they're going to know that laws in Canada are there, both federally and provincially, as outlined in this legislation, to ensure that there is a mechanism in the case of abuse or neglect, that there is a mechanism to protect that senior and to make sure that our laws are in place to safeguard them if a horrible situation does occur. So yes, we have so much to do, mostly at the provincial level in this country, to uphold the dignity of seniors at the vulnerable stages of their life that they encounter upon entering an assisted living facility or a long-term care facility that this bill addresses. So I do acknowledge certain apprehensions that came forward in the witness testimony. I believe the essence of this bill, through a collaborative approach that I've heard about from my colleagues, that this bill is worth supporting to send a signal that we need to do more to protect our vulnerable seniors, to ensure their quality of life at the end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish you a good week. Speaking of Bill C-295, I imagine that I'm not the only one today who's flooded with sad memories of the COVID-19 pandemic. My thoughts are with all the loved ones and families who lost a loved one during this very trying period for our society. In Quebec, there were over 14,000 deaths. It would be an understatement to say we will forever be affected by this. With that, I'll now go into the details of the bill and share with you the Bloc's impressions of it. First of all, let's not forget that the Liberal Party is showing a disturbing amount of amnesia here, because in March 2021, the NDP tabled a motion to nationalize and impose standards on long-term care facilities. All parties, but for the NDP, voted against this motion. So why are the Liberals proposing this bill? Have they forgotten that this is an NDP position, not a Liberal Party of Canada position? It has to be said that since the advent of the NDP Liberal government, their positions have gotten mixed up at times. At least today's bill, C-295, is different from the NDP motion of March 2021 in that it's been made better by 2 Bloc amendments. The first amendment the Bloc put forward, the first of the 2 that were accepted, was to replace the definition of manager with officer. The concept of manager previously used in the bill was far too broad. If the concept of manager had been retained, then a person in charge of purchasing or a nurse in charge of a team could have been covered by this bill, as my colleague already said. So this is absurd when you consider that the purpose of the bill is to amend the criminal code to make it an offense for long-term care facilities, their owners, and their managers to fail to provide the necessaries of life for residents of these facilities. The concept of officer is well established in law, and it includes directors and senior members of the Board of Administration, like the chair and the vice chair, etc. In short, the amendment puts the responsibility on those who run these facilities, not on the workers who already carry the health care network on their shoulders. The second amendment, introduced by the Bloc, and that was obviously accepted, this amendment ensures that the judge takes into account the laws of Quebec or the provinces. I often get the feeling here that we need to remind people that health is an exclusive area of jurisdiction for Quebec and the other provinces. And even though the federal government, whether it's a Liberal one or a Conservative one, has repeatedly tried to interfere with this provincial jurisdiction, that won't magically change the reality. As a result, several provinces, including Quebec, already have laws against abuse and require care facilities to have a policy and a process for handling complaints. So it's important for judges to take these laws into account before imposing a restraining order. Lucien Bouchard, one of the founders of the Bloc Québécois, said that the government of Quebec has neither the intention nor the mandate to abandon various aspects of its constitutional jurisdiction. For a long time, Quebec governments, regardless of their position on independence, have sought to strengthen Quebec's jurisdiction in such a way as to promote the control by the people of Quebec of their social, economic, and cultural development. This quote is timeless as Canada's desire to decide for Quebec. You know, I campaigned for the yes side in the 1980 and 1995 referendums. I have a very clear memory of federalist fear-mongering. When Quebec stands up to Canada and defends its interests, there's always a threat made about freezing funding to Quebec, to freeze the funds that rightfully belong to Quebec. It's funny. It's as if Ottawa pulls this argument out of the hat like a rabbit. Just 2 weeks ago, Ottawa was threatening Quebec with cuts to health transfers if we refused to exchange our French-speaking workers for unilingual English-speaking doctors. During the pandemic in May 2020, negotiations between Quebec Premier François Legault and the Trudeau government were particularly tense, especially over the need to call in the army to help out in care facilities, known as CHSLDs, Mr. Speaker. In his speech from the throne, the Prime Minister of Canada used Quebec's use of the army to justify his desire to impose Canadian standards in residential and long-term care centres. This was also a Liberal campaign promise in 2021. The Liberals promised $6 billion for long-term care facilities in exchange for the imposition of their standards. With this bill, there's one question that has to be asked. If the federal government now interferes in the CHSLDs and other care facilities, is the government going to threaten Quebec with freezing or cutting health transfers when they're not managed in the way Ottawa sees fit? Do we also need to repeat that in December 2020, a National Assembly motion was unanimously passed condemning Canadian national standards in Quebec's care facilities and demanding an increase in health transfers? There's no need to be paternalistic here. Not only does Quebec already have standards to combat neglect and abuse, it also has solutions for improvement. My colleague from Shefford mentioned a number of standards that Quebec is already promoting to try to address the situation we all went through in the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it's about prevention to protect the most vulnerable rather than criminalization. In conclusion, the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of C-295 so that it can be improved at committee. We have to ensure that concrete help is provided to the provinces and to Quebec in protecting seniors rather than adding criminal offenses hastily without thinking about the long-term consequences. And Mr. Speaker, I'd finish with an anecdote. My mother was in one of these facilities in January 2020 until November 2020, and she died there, not from COVID, but she experienced the COVID pandemic and she got excellent care. So when we talk about bills like this, I'd like us to keep in mind that there are people in the healthcare system who are working, doing an amazing job, and they're not the ones that this bill targets. It targets the owners and officers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to Bill C-295, an act to amend the criminal code to make sure that it is a criminal offence if people in long-term care facilities, their owners and managers, fail to provide the necessities of life to residents of the facilities. Mr. Speaker, we have an aging population. 1 in 6 in Canada will be 1 in 4 in just a couple of years. And we all have members of our family, mothers and fathers that are aging. I myself am aging. We're all going to get to long-term care. And the Conservative Party absolutely agrees that we have to protect the most vulnerable. And this bill is a good start in order to make sure that you need to provide the necessities of life. And what I would say is the bill doesn't necessarily go far enough. I'm going to take the theme up of the pyramid of needs. So we know in the pyramid of needs that food and shelter and clothing, and they're at the bottom, and security is at the bottom. And so this bill does address those necessities. We all heard stories of people who were left in their own excrement or didn't have enough water, dehydrated, lack of food during the pandemic. But what about their emotional well-being? And what about their mental well-being, Mr. Speaker? I think there's more that needs to be done here. My own mother died in long-term care, and the children had to choose who was able to go in. And that's not fair, and that's not compassionate. So I think, Mr. Speaker, there's more to be done on the bill. And I would say as well that we saw, even after science showed that those that were vaccinated could get and transmit COVID, the same as the unvaccinated, there were still people that were discriminated against and not allowed to visit their loved ones, even with reasonable accommodation. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that you're not nodding at me. Great, I'll continue in this theme then. Basically, if you think about what happened during the pandemic, I received so many calls at my office from people who either were trapped on one side of the border and couldn't come and visit their loved ones who were dying in long-term care facilities. There was no real compassionate exemption made. I applied many times, but usually the length of time it took to get approval meant the person had died anyways. And how tragic is it when you have somebody who's alone and vulnerable in that place, even if they only have one of the family there. I can remember when my mother died in long-term care that I had to hold up the iPad so that my brother and my sister and all the people that weren't able to come to see her could say goodbye. And after 95 years of a well-lived life, it was very sad. And then there was the whole issue of funerals, where they limited the numbers, people weren't allowed to go to them, and that also was very, very sad. And so, Mr. Speaker, the bill takes a good first step in order to address some of these things. Now, at committee, I was pleased to see that some of the amendments were actually accepted because, the definition of managers was not, specific enough. And we want to make sure that all of the facilities, whether they're private or public, have some kind of standards of care. So that's another opportunity that wasn't addressed here. I think there are differences in standards of care across provinces and across types of facilities. I was lucky that my mother was at Albany Village in Petrolia, and they did a wonderful job of taking care of her, although many times I stood at the window to say hello to her during the pandemic. The other thing that this bill allows is for judges to consider this an aggravating factor in any of the offenses that are involved in, with volunteer activities or with somebody in a position of trust or authority. And I think that that is a good thing. I'm very thankful to the member for Vancouver Centre. She is a doctor herself, and we are all aging, and she has brought these concerns forward before this House, and it sounds to me like this is the moment where all of the different parties are agreeing, yes, we need to do something here, it needs to be a criminal offense. But I hope then that it will be an enforceable criminal offense. We have a lot of laws in the country, and we don't spend a lot of time necessarily enforcing those laws. And in this case, it's so important. These are vulnerable people. In many cases, they don't actually, if they have dementia or anything like that, they don't have the acumen to fight for themselves. And so we need to be the ones, Mr. Speaker, that put measures in place so that those that are looking out for them are dealt with. I would say as a woman, this is also a gendered issue. We know that 85% of the people who are in long-term care facilities are women. And we also know that many of the workers and volunteers in these facilities, 86%, are women. And so, we need to provide protections for those that are caring. We need to provide protections for those that are being cared for. And we need to make sure that we're not just meeting the base level of the pyramid, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to emotional needs and mental health needs, we know that isolation caused huge issues during the pandemic, not just among people in long-term care facilities, but even in the general populace. 1 in 5 people ended up with mental health issues coming out of the pandemic. The suicide rate was up immensely, and violence actually was up immensely. 32% for the people in this age demographic of long-term care, and of course we've seen a huge rise in crime across the country, 39% increase. So addressing all of the levels of people's well-being will be important, and this bill doesn't go that far. I would argue that people need in future to learn the lessons that we learned out of the pandemic. It didn't really help when we kept some individuals away from seeing their loved ones and let others in, because at the end of the day, we let 90% of the people do what they wanted, and the 10% that were unvaccinated could not, but the science showed both could transmit COVID. And so at the end of the day, the reasonable accommodations of masking and personal protective equipment would have really, I think, addressed a lot of the loneliness, the agony of watching loved ones die or not being able to get to loved ones that were dying. I think that was very serious. The other thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that, the long-term care facilities have been studied and studied and studied. There was a report at Health Committee in 2018 when I was there that talked about standards of care and talked about the number of individuals that you need to have per resident, and that it's not always the same by resident. It matters whether or not the resident has dementia, whether the resident is at a high functioning level or not. And so certainly I think we need to look at the best practices in the country and adopt some kind of minimum standards of care in terms of number of caregivers, standards of care in terms of times. You hear a lot about how many minutes somebody will get of care a day. Clearly, for human beings, we can't just say, well, you've had your 7 minutes for the day, that's it, that's all. I think we need to be more compassionate than that, Mr. Speaker. So while I'm happy to see this bill, I think it's a great first step, I would like to see us go further. I think the government has an opportunity as they reflect on what happened in the pandemic, the violation of people's rights and freedoms, not just those in long-term care facility, but 7 million Canadians that were prevented from leaving their country for 3 years. I think there's a huge opportunity to do a thorough review and to come back with policies that will address people's basic needs and their mental health needs and the emotional supports that they need. Obviously, it's one step at a time, Mr. Speaker, but I'm happy to say that we will support this legislation, and we look forward to doing more things to protect our seniors who are the most vulnerable in society. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today. And I have to say, I've very much enjoyed my communications, my talking with the member from Vancouver Centre. We've had a number of great conversations about varied issues, including seniors issues, and I have found her to be an outspoken supporter and critic when it comes to seniors issues. So an absolute privilege to be standing here and on legislation that she has no doubt proudly brought forward. So just to level set here, so this is an enactment that amends the criminal code to create an offence for long-term care facilities, their owners, their managers who fail to provide necessities of life to residents of the facilities. So I believe it was Rawls who said that if we could go back to what he called the original position, meaning that if in fact we could all, if we knew we were entering society, but we didn't know how we were going to enter society, it would make sense that if we knew that one of the outcomes was to be in one of the more difficult positions in our society, we would want to do everything we could for that individual. So, for example, if you didn't know, if you were sitting outside of the world, just as an experiment of the mind, as it were, and you were to come into, if you were going to come into this world, not knowing where you were going to come in, whether you were going to come in as Bill Gates, as a billionaire, or whether you're going to come in as someone at the very end of the economic spectrum. Your concern would probably not be, if I'm going to be Bill Gates, I'm probably going to be fine. It would be as if you came into a more challenging place in our society. So, for example, the challenges that an individual who faces a disability may have. You would want to make sure that the society was innately fair to persons with a disability. And I think that's a little bit analogous here. If in fact we knew that that we might have the lottery and we might end up as an individual without any sort of control over their lives whatsoever, with perhaps reduced faculties going forward, we would want to make sure that this society, this country, was fair to those individuals. And unfortunately, that's not always the case today. I, of course, as everyone else in here, will be in that situation, hopefully, at some point in my life. And that's a little bit of the different than the original position, is that most of us will be in that position where we will be coming towards the winter of life, and perhaps facing reduced faculties, and have our complete life, our complete existence, from food to our recreation to just even seeing daylight, completely at the control of someone else. What a difficult position to be in. I've often I really kind of revel in the wisdom of folks who are a couple of years my senior, and so I've often had conversations with individuals, and it can be a very challenging time. And I might say for individuals especially who have had very high-functioning lives, right? People who have been in charge of many others' destinies in life, people who have been surgeons and doctors, people who've had lives under their very control, who've had control over everything in their life, and have been successful in life. And they find themselves now in a state where they are completely reliant on others. And what a sacrosanct responsibility for those individuals who are now in charge of these individuals who have given so much to society, who have built the greatest country in the world. And so we have such an incredible responsibility to make sure that those people who built our country are taken care of. And unfortunately, we heard through the pandemic and before the pandemic, oftentimes of people who just didn't get fair treatment for their life. And sorry, we got about a minute left there, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, sorry about that. And so that's why this legislation is a step in the right direction. We as a society have to make sure that those individuals who've given their entire life to building this country, to building the best country in the world, are protected. And if in fact others are letting them down, there has to be consequences for not providing these people the care when they need it most. Those individuals who, in some cases, are completely and utterly reliant on those individuals. And so if there is neglect, or worse, if there's willful neglect or even purposeful harm, these individuals must be held accountable. And that's why I will proudly be voting for Bill C-295. And I thank the sponsor of this bill for bringing it forward.
It being 12:07, the time provided for debate has expired, and accordingly the question is as follows. Mrs. Fry, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that Bill C-295, an act to amend the criminal code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 90A, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 6, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I believe the honourable government the leader for the opposition has a point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am rising on a very serious matter today. As you know, I have provided notice of a question of privilege concerning the Speaker's public participation in partisan events over this past weekend. I do note that in his statement earlier today, the Speaker has indicated that he is recusing himself from this matter, which clearly touches upon him and his conduct, and that he has indicated that he will follow the practices laid down in your October 19th, 2023 ruling concerning recusals by the Speaker, found at page 17,635 of the debates. I recognize that in some instances, complaints about the Speaker, but more particularly those concerning rulings, should proceed by way of a motion placed on notice. But I believe the current circumstances amount to such a breach of the impartiality of the chair that it warrants priority consideration by the House immediately. In Saturday morning's Globe and Mail, an article entitled "John Fraser Finishes His Time as Interim Ontario Liberal Leader as Party Elects Permanent Replacement," quote, written by Laura Stone, rather remarkably quotes the Speaker. Let me read the relevant paragraph. Quote, "He's demonstrated so much calm and conviction and resolve and determination, and he's held it all together at a very challenging time for our party." End quote. The Speaker of the House of Commons first met Mr. Fraser in 1989 while working in Ottawa. The article continues. He said, "Mr. Fraser will be remembered for experience, good judgment, and a real passion and authenticity." End quote. Who exactly is our party, Mr. Deputy Speaker? In any event, the partisan engagement didn't stop there. That afternoon, he appeared via video at the leadership election for the Ontario Liberal Party. Here is a sample of what he had to say in his 2-minute video greetings as part of the tribute to Mr. Fraser. Quote, "And boy, did we have fun. We had a lot of fun together through the Ottawa South Liberal Association, through Liberal Party politics, by helping Dalton McGuinty get elected. This was really a seminal part of my life. And when I think of the opportunities that I have now as being Speaker of the House of Commons, it's because of people like John." These remarks were introduced to the Liberal Convention as, quote, "a message from the Speaker of the House of Commons of Canada, un message du Président de la Chambre des Communes du Canada."
Wow.
He made these remarks from the Speaker's office in the West Block, while dressed in his speaker's robes. As bad as it would have been to appear at a party convention at all, it might have at least been a little bit different if he had been introduced as the member for Hull Elmer, or wore a suit or a sweater, while standing in front of a scenic backdrop in his riding. But he wasn't. He was standing there in the full non-partisan trappings of his non-partisan office, paying a partisan tribute to a partisan friend at a partisan event. Now, I recognize that Mr. Fraser tweeted yesterday that there could have been some confusion about what the Speaker's office was told about where the remarks were to be shown, but it doesn't change one iota about the fact that he was dressed in his Speaker's gowns, standing in the Speaker's office, making a partisan tribute video to be viewed somewhere. Similarly, Mr. Fraser's tweet doesn't address the Globe and Mail interview, which I just read, where he offered partisan praise for Mr. Fraser. If you do an interview with the Globe, quite frankly, you should expect to see your comments printed and posted for all to see. This conduct is simply unacceptable. It defies all long-standing traditions and expectations attached to the high office of Speaker. Late yesterday afternoon, the Speaker's office released a statement in his defense claiming, quote, "The Speaker acknowledges how this message could have been perceived," end quote. Exactly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Perception is everything. House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition explains at page 323, quote, "The Speaker embodies the power and authority of the office, strengthened by rule and precedent. He or she must at all times show and be seen to show the impartiality required to sustain the trust and goodwill of the House," end quote. Continuing on to the next page, we read, quote, "In order to protect the impartiality of the office, the Speaker abstains from all partisan political activity. For example, by not attending caucus meetings, does not participate in debates, and votes only in the event of an equality of voices, normally referred to as the casting vote of the chair." Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition, adds at citation 168.1, quote, "The chief characteristics attaching to the office of Speaker in the House of Commons are authority and impartiality. Confidence in the impartiality of the Speaker is an indispensable condition of the successful working of procedure. And many conventions exist which have as their object not only to ensure the impartiality of the Speaker, but also to ensure that there is a general recognition of the Speaker's impartiality," end quote. That passage originates from the United Kingdom's Parliamentary Bible, Erskine May, and can be found virtually word for word in its 25th edition at paragraph 4.23. Beauchesne's continues at citation 168.2, quote, "In order to ensure complete impartiality, the Speaker has usually relinquished all affiliation with any parliamentary party. The Speaker does not attend any party caucus, nor take part in any outside partisan political activity," end quote. As a former Speaker myself, I understand completely what this means because I lived it for 4.5 years. That's why I was absolutely flabbergasted when a photo of his participation at the Liberal convention was first drawn to my attention. I am still, 48 hours later, deeply appalled and, frankly, deeply offended. Having served in the chair, I wholeheartedly appreciate that speakers do not arrive there through some form of immaculate conception. Speakers have all been politicians before being elected to the chair, and some of us have even gone on to further partisan service after our tenure in the chair. Bosk and Gagnon acknowledge this point at page 314, quote, "The Speaker has almost always been elected from among the members of the governing party, and although the Speaker eschews partisan political activity, he or she does not make a complete break. When running for re-election, incumbent speakers are usually careful to avoid partisan statements that might prejudice their perceived impartiality in the future." The impartiality of the Speaker is not unique to our federal parliament. Indeed, it is a common sentiment throughout the Commonwealth. In addition to the authority I already referenced from the UK, where of course the Speaker actually leaves partisan politics for the rest of his or her life, let me cite a few others for the Chair's consideration. Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 4th edition, also known as McGee, at page 78, advises that, quote, "The member who is elected Speaker does not thereby become a non-party member of Parliament. However, the Speaker does not play a politically partisan role and exercises restraint in the speeches or comments he or she makes outside the House. The Speaker must be prepared to assert an independence from the government to ensure that the rights of all sides of the House are protected in the course of the parliamentary process, end quote. The Indian Lok Sabha's Practice and Procedure of Parliament, 7th edition, adds at page 107, quote, while the Speaker stands on party ticket for his election to the House, he may or may not continue to be the member of his party after his election as Speaker. Even when he does not sever connections with his party, he has refrained from attending any party meeting. However, a convention has more or less developed at the Union for the Speaker to disassociate himself from his party, end quote. The same text observes at page 306 that, quote, office of the Speaker, Lok Sabha, is a constitutional office and enjoys exalted status in our democratic setup. Though it is not necessary for the Speaker under the Constitution or the rules of procedure to sever his connections with the political party to which he belongs, once he is elected to the office, he, while conducting the House, nevertheless acts in totally impartial manner. Impartiality is therefore an integral attribute vis-a-vis the office of the Speaker, end quote. Turning back closer to Ottawa, Parliamentary Procedure in Quebec, 3rd edition, makes this astute point at page 132. Quote, while the legitimacy of the chair stems primarily from the rules that govern the selection process, the impartiality of the chair is essentially determined by the attitude adopted by the President in the exercise of the functions of office. Of course, the rules of parliamentary procedure state that the President does not belong to any parliamentary group, does not participate in any of the Assembly's debates, and votes only to break a tie. But it is the manner in which the incumbent oversees the proceedings and follows those rules that determines whether actual impartiality and the appearance of impartiality are maintained. The universally expressed point here is that while the Speaker is vested with the responsibilities of being the Speaker, he is expected to check his partisanship at the door. It can be difficult, but it must be done. Mm-hmm. In a recent interview on CTV Question Period, the Speaker claimed it took, quote, all of 60 seconds to shed his decades of liberal sensibilities and political bias upon becoming Speaker. This weekend's events call that into doubt. Yesterday, the Speaker's office said he would be more, quote, diligent going forward. But the House needed his total and complete diligence since day one. Mm-hmm. This also isn't the first communications challenge where diligence would have been helpful during his brief tenure as Speaker. Recalling how a teenage blogger had noticed 10 days before this House about a procedural decision he had taken. About 35 years ago, he was one of the pages upon whom this House truly relies in order to function smoothly. Back when he was a page, had he participated at openly partisan events, he likely would have been fired. What message does this send to today's pages that the Speaker of the House, the one who is supposed to embody impartiality and devotion to the whole House, can be involved in political party conventions? This conduct, in my view, should be treated as a prima facie contempt of the House. Bosque and Gagnon explain at page 60, any conduct which offends the authority or dignity of the House, even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, is referred to as a contempt of the House. Contempt may be an act or an omission. It does not have to actually obstruct or impede the House or a member. It merely has to have the tendency to produce such results. At page 81, they continue, quote, thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of the duties, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House. The House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly. This area of parliamentary law is therefore extremely fluid and most valuable for the Commons to be able to meet novel situations, end quote. There are no precedents in our House, nor are there any obvious precedents from our sister parliaments which are directly on point for the issue I raised today, possibly because no Speaker in the major Commonwealth parliaments has been so bold as to participate openly at partisan events, and certainly not doing so distinctly and visibly as the Speaker.
Wow.
But that is, as I just explained, not a barrier. There is, however, one ruling from Mr. Speaker Fraser, in front of whose chair he once stood as a page, which I think is strongly persuasive in these circumstances. In 1993, the then Deputy Speaker, André Champagne, had agreed to act as the co-chair of her party's convention. A question of privilege was raised, arguing that her decision amounted to a contempt of the House because it affected the appearance of impartiality attached to her office, as she was the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker Fraser ruled on March 9, 1993, at page 16,685 of the debates, that that situation did not amount to a prima facie case of privilege because, quote, I have some difficulty in agreeing with the honourable member for Cape Breton East Richmond that the Deputy Speaker is cloaked with the same exigencies that are expected of the Speaker himself or herself. And I am deliberately careful in not extending such a responsibility by way of ex cathedra comments in this decision, end quote. This ruling, I believe, stands for the proposition that the Speaker's participation at a partisan convention would, on the other hand, have amounted to prima facie contempt in Mr. Speaker Fraser's view. He's clearly saying in that ruling that the expectations and the very high bar it's set upon the Speaker did not apply to the Deputy Speaker, but in making that explanation, he acknowledges and reinforces the idea that it would be wholly inappropriate for the Speaker to do what the Deputy Speaker did in that situation. Many of our rules and practices here operate on a binary basis. For example, we cannot call a colleague a liar because everyone is presumed to speak the truth. Therefore, every member has a corresponding obligation to tell the truth in the House. Similarly, the rulings of the Speaker and any comments on the partisan implications they may carry would be impermissible. That is because the House is entitled to assume the Speaker will be wholly nonpartisan while holding that office. McGee sums up the point well at page 79, quote, the Speaker's exalted position and the consequent constraints it imposes require members to treat the Speaker or any other temporary occupant of the Speaker's chair with respect and deference, end quote. If the Speaker openly engages in partisan conduct, it opens the door to public analysis of any partisan motivations underlying his rulings. And I can assure you that despite a mere 2 months in the chair, that would not be a difficult feat. Australia's House of Representatives Practice 7th edition at page 168 articulates the point well. Quote, the Speaker must show impartiality in the chamber above all else. A Speaker should give a completely objective interpretation of standing orders and precedents and should give the same reprimand for the same offence whether the member is of the government or the opposition. Members are entitled to expect that, even though politically affiliated, the Speaker will carry out his or her functions impartially. Likewise, a Speaker is entitled to expect support from all members regardless of their party, end quote. After this weekend's events, the implied contract between the Speaker and the House, which relies on a mutual trust, has been broken. It would be very difficult for members to retain trust in a Speaker who engages in partisan activities. As Bosque and Gagnon wrote in the very first citation I offered, quote, he or she must at all times show and be seen to show the impartiality required to sustain the trust and goodwill of the House, end quote. Should I be permitted to present my privileged motion, I will propose that the House denounce the Speaker's public participation in partisan events and accordingly ask the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to recommend an appropriate remedy for this utterly unprecedented and completely avoidable problem. I just want to address a few other points in light of the Speaker's statement earlier today. First of all, many members of Parliament find themselves in the Speaker's chair after some time demonstrating their impartiality or nonpartisanship. Often someone has served as the Assistant Deputy or Deputy Speaker and shed some of the partisanship that we often come to this place as newly elected MPs. In the case of the current Speaker, after being the former President of the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister's own Parliamentary Secretary, he entered into the chair with a great deal of partisanship still surrounding him. So it would be incumbent upon him to go the extra mile, go beyond what any normal Speaker or a Speaker elected under normal circumstances would go through. He would have to set the bar even higher for himself, knowing that he has come so quickly from hyper-partisan activities. To be president of a party is not just normal partisanship. To be the Prime Minister's own Parliamentary Secretary, obviously, establishes a very close relationship between the leader of the Liberal Party, the leader of the Prime Minister of Canada, and in taking on the role where he is now called upon to defend the rights and privileges of each individual MP, members it would take a conscious effort for members to set aside his recent partisanship. One of his first interventions in this House, upon being elected a Speaker, was to accuse another Member of Parliament, a female Member of Parliament from the NDP, of exaggerating her injuries when she was elbowed in the chest by the Prime Minister. So right there you can see an immediate reaction to defend the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Now we're being asked to accept his rulings. We're being asked to accept his rulings without any doubts about partisanship or bias. Just recently, we had a situation that was very difficult for many members to understand. The Speaker ordered the Conservative member from Miramichi not just to withdraw comments, but to actually apologize in the chamber for making an association between a political party and an odious entity abroad that is conducting horrible activities, namely Hamas. A few days later, the government House leader made a very similar accusation against Conservative MPs, and in that situation, the Speaker did not order an apology, saying that he considered the matter settled. So in that moment, we are asked to accept that is the Speaker's ruling based on precedent, based on convention, based on a thorough understanding, an unbiased understanding of the rules. And then we see him just a few days later giving remarks to the Liberal Convention. I do have a couple more points based on the Speaker's statements today. He said he didn't know where it was going to be broadcast. Well, as we pointed out, he did give that interview to the Globe. Obviously, that was going to be printed in the Globe and Mail.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I've already covered the fact that he was wearing his robes in his office. But I also point out that John Fraser's not retiring. He's just leaving his role as interim leader and going back into partisan activities.
Really?
So, yes, he's still going to be an MPP. And despite the fact that the Speaker and Mr. Fraser might be close acquaintances, might think fondly of each other, it's not like John Fraser was filling a non-partisan role. He was playing a very partisan role in partisan politics at the provincial level in Ontario.
That's ridiculous.
So the House might decide that it would like to see any correspondence between the Speaker's office, the Speaker himself, Mr. John Fraser, the Liberal Party of Ontario, the convention organizers. We might decide collectively as the House or the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that they would like to see the correspondence to determine if that is in fact accurate. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that you are starting to give me a signal that you'd like me to wrap this up. So I just will say that because of the seriousness of this issue, I would urge the Chair to rule immediately and invite you, if necessary, to suspend the sitting, to take counsel from the clerks, and to prepare your ruling. So thank you for listening, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I do believe there are other members who would like to intervene, so I would like to reserve the right. If there are other comments made from other parties, I may seek the floor again just to offer my reflections on those commentaries.
Thank you very much for that. I know there's a number of people interested in talking about this, and what I'm going to do is I'll give the other parties an opportunity to speak to it, and then I'll go to I think the member for Calgary Nose Hill is interested. I think l'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie, London Fanshawe.
We'll do that again. Saskatoon University. Anyway, well, we've got a number of people that are interested in speaking to this. So I need to remind people of the House, that colleagues, to keep it to the particulars of the standing orders as closely as possible. I mean, we can relitigate this on a number of occasions, but we do want to keep concise to this as much as we can. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current Speaker of the House took this position after the resignation of the previous Speaker, who had committed a serious mistake in judgment. So that was a sensitive time. The current Speaker was a very partisan Member of Parliament. We can all agree on that, more or less all of us. But the Bloc Québécois stance at the time was that we wanted to give him a chance. Whatever type of member you may be before becoming Speaker, once one becomes Speaker, one should have the chance to prove oneself, to prove that one can be impartial. And in my speech, when I spoke for a few minutes in the House after the Speaker's election, I congratulated the Speaker, and I said to him that I looked forward to seeing him put on his cloak of impartiality, which is necessary and absolutely essential to be a Speaker. Now, what are the facts here, Mr. Speaker? The leader of the Conservative Party clearly explained the facts, and I will come back on a few points very quickly, if you'll allow it. So the Speaker was in his position as Speaker, dressed as Speaker, in the office of the Speaker of the House of Commons when the events occurred, and the Speaker was using the resources of the Speaker's office of the House of Commons, but this was a clearly partisan event. Now, I will quote the 2017 House Rules and Procedures. In order to guarantee the impartiality of their office, the Speaker must abstain from all partisanship and partisan politics. Thus, we have a huge problem. The Speaker of the House said that we weren't supposed to find out about it. But that's concerning, Mr. Speaker, because we did find out about it. Were there other events that we haven't found out about? Was that just the tip of the iceberg? So these are the questions we're asking ourselves. And it's, in fact, inappropriate that we have to even ask ourselves these questions when we think about the speakership and the importance of the chair. The chair and the Speaker are essential for our institutions. We need to have trust and confidence in the Speaker. We don't want to have to ask ourselves questions like, is this for the good of democracy? Is this for the good of the House? Or is this in the best interests of the government? We don't want to have to ask those questions. On November 29th, our leader asked a question to the Prime Minister, and the Speaker ruled the question non-relevant, non-pertinent, because according to the Speaker, it did not relate to the administration of government or public office, and we raised a point of order on that. We would like to believe that that was a mistake. We hope that that was simply a mistake, and in fact, the Speaker admitted that it was a mistake. So now, how should we proceed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Speaker must be above partisanship to make sure that Parliament functions well. That's what Canadians expect. We need to work in the best interests of Canadians at all times. And we shouldn't let things drag on. We shouldn't let things deteriorate, because that can deteriorate the trust that we have in the chair, which thus decreases the effectiveness and efficiency of Parliament. And as you may agree, Mr. Speaker, the climate in the House of Commons can be very tense. The Speaker must possess two essential qualities. First, impartiality, and second, flawless judgment. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the current Speaker has demonstrated that he has neither of those two essential qualities. That was clear after what occurred this weekend, and that's why the Bloc calls on the Speaker to resign as soon as possible.
To a couple more interventions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the NDP, we appreciate the official opposition House Leader raising this important question of privilege. And I just wanted to state that our House Leader, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, will be addressing this very, very serious issue after question period when he returns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable member for that. So maybe take a second round of this. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of your deliberations on this matter, I think it's very important to put on the record the entirety of what was contained in the Speaker's video. He said this: "You were the Steinberg's manager out in the West End. I was this young little kid, while you were young too, who was working for John Manley. And we struck up a great friendship. Me, Linda, your kids, Julie, we all just hung out. You guys were a real inspiration to Julie and me when we were just getting together, getting married. You and Linda gave us some great advice, great hope, a lot of love. When we started having children, we turned to look at your family and how active you and Linda were in terms of getting things on them. Boy, did we have fun. We had a lot of fun together through the Ottawa South Liberal Association, through Liberal Party politics, by helping Dalton McGuinty get elected. This was a real seminal part of my life, and when I think of the opportunities I have now as being the Speaker of the House of Commons, it's because of people like Linda and John, especially you, John, the person that I am today. Of course, that could be, a scary thing, and I'm sorry to put that burden on you, but only the good parts. Only the good parts are really due to you, John. Anybody can ask you to do something once, and that's fine, because when they ask you to do something twice, it's because they really like you. They really respect you, and they think you're a really great person. I know that, and I've known that for well over 30 years. So thank you, John, for all the work that you've done for the people of Ontario and the people of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, in light of the Speaker's statement this morning, which had the tone of downplaying the severity of this action, I'd like to put on the record the ways that the Speaker shattered the impartiality he has sworn to uphold in what I believe, in tone and in content, is an endorsement video for a sitting Liberal parliamentarian. So, as the leader of the House Leader for my party, the Conservatives, said earlier, he made this video and the statement in the Speaker's robes in the Speaker's office for a video to be played at the Ontario Liberal Party convention. It was recorded for a partisan political convention in its tone and content, heaping effusive praise on a sitting partisan legislator at a political convention. It amounted to be an endorsement video. Mr. Fraser is a sitting Liberal member of the Ontario Provincial Legislature, and he's planning on running again. The Speaker talked about how fun partaking Liberal political activities were while in his robe in the Speaker's office. He referenced how much fun the Ottawa South Liberal Association is. He referenced helping getting former Liberal Premier Dalton McGuinty elected was. He talked about participating in Liberal Party politics. So there are a couple other things that my colleague did not mention that I think you should take into consideration in your ruling. For him to say this morning or in the media that he didn't know what this was for is utterly preposterous. It's utterly preposterous. That in and of itself is an affront to the House. It shows the same bad judgment of the previous Speaker in allowing a Nazi to be feted in this place. There is no way that 3 layers of staff in the Speaker's office at the Ontario Liberal Convention did not know what this was for, and it is actually preposterous to suggest that it was otherwise. The other thing is that this is a pattern of behavior. The argument he didn't know was actually an argument he made in this Parliament when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and I want to read into the record because this is important. I want the argument of he needs to exercise better diligence, that has been used twice before. My colleague mentioned one, I want to mention the other, and it's from a CBC article entitled Conflict of Interest Ethics Commissioner Mario Dion calls for ethics training in the wake of latest breach. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is recommending that all federal ministers and parliamentary secretaries report to his office for training after the current Speaker became the latest high-profile Liberal to violate the Conflict of Interest Acts. So the article's Speaker, and I encourage you to read it, talks about the ethics violation that the now Speaker found himself in that role. And then the former Conflict of Interest Commissioner said this: being dual-hatted does not mean the Speaker can circumvent the rules of the Act by simply wearing his MP hat. And the article goes on to state that, it's preposterous to say that a seasoned parliamentarian did not know. So what the now Speaker said in this article was he apologized for his, quote, unintentional error and said, I will redouble my efforts to be more diligent in the future. Where have we heard this before? We heard it when he said, I'll be more diligent, when he gave information that should have gone to this House to a teenage blogger. So this is now twice. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage you to look at this statement this morning in this lens. This is a pattern of behavior, and I have to close with this. This speech was broadcasted on TVO. So it's not just us that were affected here. Anybody who was watching this broadcast would have seen the Speaker of the House of Commons in his office, in his robes, giving a partisan speech. That's an affront not just to the people in this House, but to every person we represent. And why? I want to echo what the Blockhouse leader said, Speaker. We need to make this place work. And if every single time we are rightly, I think, questioning the Speaker's impartiality because of a pattern of behavior where it's like, oh, I didn't know, or, well, I'll be more diligent in the future, democracy is eroded. This place is eroded. This place has to work. And now we have a very serious question. I want to read to you in closing the pages in this place, their terms of employment. It's posted on the Parliament website. The House of Commons administration is a nonpartisan workforce where respect, support, and promotion of democratic processes are an organizational value. Pages may not participate in any activities, including on social media, that are politically partisan or that could give rise to the perception that they could not perform their duties impartially. What kind of an example is the Speaker setting to our pages if he's wearing his robes out? What would happen if they wore their robes out to some sort of political convention? This is also about setting an example for our youth. This is such a serious issue. The House of Commons proceedings, as my colleague said, should not be proceeding without a ruling on this matter. And this is very, very serious, very disappointing, and I cannot believe we are here again 2 months after a Nazi was feted in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member, for that intervention. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. I hope everyone can try to bring new points to bear. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, in turn, would like to express myself on this very serious issue so that people at home watching in Quebec and in French-speaking communities all across Canada, so that they can understand what this issue is all about. As you know, we're dealing with a question of privilege today about the public activities of the Speaker of the House at a partisan event over the course of the last weekend. And the Speaker himself talked about recusing himself from the discussion of this very sensitive issue, and I hope he'll continue to do that. We asked, as part of this question of privilege, to have this matter referred to the Procedure Committee of the House to look at what happened and how it can be remedied. And we're also asking the Speaker to resign. So this is a very serious issue that warrants very serious consideration. Words matter, Mr. Speaker. Words and acts matter. And allow me to quote the member for Hull-Aylmer from before he became the Speaker, in a speech he himself made here in the House before all of his colleagues and all Canadians. Before the vote, all the candidates made a little speech in order to garner the support of their fellow members of Parliament. So the member for Hull-Aylmer made an appeal for respect, and he said the words we use matter, symbols matter, and I know this keenly. Mr. Speaker, that is very meaningful, what he said, given what happened this weekend. And as reported by the Globe and Mail, and we also subsequently were able to see on social media, and it's being repeated all over the place in all the media today. So we have to go back over what happened. On Saturday, there was an article in the Globe and Mail about John Fraser ending his term as acting leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario as they were choosing a new permanent leader. And allow me to read the final paragraph fully. I'm going to translate this on the fly, but the article said in the last paragraph that the member for Hull-Aylmer, the Speaker, he was talking about Mr. Fraser, and he said he was a very calm individual, a man of conviction, determination, and so on. He was at the helm at a very difficult time for our party. And allow me to repeat that last part because it's very important for what comes next. He said he held strong through tough times for our party. So I refer to our statement of the facts, the president that the Speaker made as the House opened this morning. He said, and I quote, talking about the video. He said it was broadcast at a convention of a party that I'm not a member of, in a province that I don't live in, and in a jurisdiction where I haven't been able to vote for over 30 years. That is what the Speaker said this morning when the House opened, just after the doors were opened. But in his video, which was broadcast and many Canadians have seen, this is what he said precisely. He said Mr. Fraser had... And the Speaker was in his robes, in his office. He said Mr. Fraser was a very calm individual with a lot of conviction and determination, and he held strong during tough times for our party. Mr. Speaker, that's the exact opposite of what the Speaker said this morning in the House, the member for Hull-Aylmer. Who is our party? Who's he referring to? Whatever the case, the video went further. The Speaker on the video took part in the election of the new leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario. Here's an excerpt of what he said in the video. And it's a 2-minute long video, which was a tribute being paid to Mr. Fraser. He said, and we had fun together in the Liberal Association of Ottawa South, and we were helping Dalton McGuinty get elected. It was a turning point in my life when I think of all the opportunities I've had since then. Now, as Speaker of the House of Commons, it's thanks to people like John and Linda, especially John, it's thanks to you that I am the person I am today. End quote. So once again, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of the House repeated many times his affiliation with the Liberal brand, and he was dressed in his Speaker's robes in his Speaker's office, and probably with the resources of the House of Commons involved. And for those watching, this was shown at the Ontario Liberal Convention, and it was entitled, "A Message from the Speaker of the House of Commons of Canada." He made those remarks from the Speaker's office in West Block, as I said, and participating in a political convention in and of itself would appear ill-advised and inappropriate for a person who is expected to display non-partisanship at all times. Some would say the situation might have been different if the member for Hull-Aylmer had been wearing jeans and in his backyard without using the House's resources. But that's not what happened here, because the Speaker of the House is the Speaker of the House, whatever the circumstances, wherever he is, however he's dressed. But when he did this, specifically in the full regalia of his non-partisan role in the office of the Speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, well, that was a partisan act coming from someone who's expected to be extremely non-partisan. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important. I think it's still important to explain this to all Francophones who are watching what happens here. It's important to remind everyone that the procedure and customs of the House of Commons are very clear, crystal clear, on the role of the Speaker of the House of Commons and on his functions.
Of order, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate this is a really important point of privilege being raised. We do have live translation, though, of all House proceedings. I believe we've heard from several members of the Conservative Party on this point. To your point earlier, I understand we're looking to get new information on this point of privilege, and I wonder if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When hearing members, the chair is interested in hearing the facts and explanatory arguments on an issue. Pertinent and new information is welcome, but should be understood not to be understood and not to be intended to allow members to continuously take on interventions And I am getting close to a point where I can go back and make a determination of how to proceed on this particular issue. As I said before, when I took on the job as Deputy Speaker, I asked my predecessor, Bruce Stanton, is it a tough job? Will I be making any decisions? He said, no, it's the easiest thing you'll ever have to do. This is the second time I'm before having to make a decision in this respect. So I do want to hear the facts as they come forward, but try to stick to the facts as we possibly can.
Try to stick to the salient points, because I know there are two other people who are interested in making some arguments and presenting some facts, but I think I'm almost at the point now where I can make a ruling. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I understand that, but I thought it was important, very important, for all French speakers to be able to hear directly from a member what the facts were, what happened, what articles were published in the English language media. I'll just continue with a few. I'll try to speed up a bit, Mr. Speaker, but some of the procedures and customs of the House of Commons, procedures and practice. It says the Speaker has their authority and must at all times display clear impartiality to inspire the confidence and support of the House. So there's a new fact that's been added. There's a political party here in the House of Commons that has called on the Speaker to resign. That's a new fact that wasn't there when this question of privilege was first raised by my colleague, the member for Regina Capel. And continuing on, the Speaker is expected to refrain from participating in any partisan activities. That's what the House of Commons procedure and practice says. So in order to speed up, I'll just wrap up here, Mr. Speaker. Participating, the Speaker of the House of Commons participating in a Liberal Party activity, whether it's federal or provincial, or even municipal, if there were any Liberal municipal activities. It's just unacceptable for the person who's supposed to be the arbitrator or the referee of debate here in the House of Commons. And so for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage you to rule in favor of the question of privilege raised by the member for Regina Capel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the intervention.
Make sure we stick very much to the points being brought forward to make sure that they're new points, and if they are just repeating, I'm going to maybe shut off and go to the next person so that we can move on to, I believe there's another couple of points of order to come after, so I just want to make sure that we be as judicious as possible at the time of this House. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. December 4th, 2023. This date will be quoted in future rulings and references to this House, unfortunately, Deputy Speaker. This is a date that I enter into this point of privilege debate as not willingly, but obviously all members in this House, this is a significant shot to our democracy, Deputy Speaker. And I won't go over the other points that members have raised about the ethic violation and conflict of interest decisions that have been ruled against this individual, but I will talk about my experience. Deputy Speaker, you may know this, and maybe some others in this chamber, this might be new to them, is that I was honored to be the 25th Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislature before coming here. And I'll speak a little bit about my experience as Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislature, and then how I found myself out here. And I think it's important to really break down the role of Speaker and how I best describe it, because as we all go and speak to different school groups and different people come for tours of either legislatures or the House of Commons, we all obviously have some of the same questions, like if they sit in on question period, they'll obviously have some questions afterwards. Why didn't the government answer this, or why did this happen? And I think back to when I was Speaker.
And a point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Speaker, this is all fascinating, but you did rule about staying focused. We don't need a history of people visiting the legislature. We need to know whether this or not was a breach of the House.
Yeah, no, I thank the honourable member for that intervention. And I know, knowing that there's a number of other speakers also on this one, I'm going to ask the honourable member to maybe shorten up the history lesson. I know he was a great speaker of the House in Saskatchewan, so I do want to get to his point. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I will make my remarks as short as possible, but it's important because it boils down what the issue is here today, is that when we explain what we do here and how the Westminster democracy is supposed to work is through vigorous debate, we get to arrive at a conclusion and an answer to the questions that face our country. And how that debate is administered is through the impartial position of Speaker. It's why the Speaker has a distinctive look, a look that is different than other members. They have a uniform that identifies themselves as something different in this place. That is why pages have a uniform. That's why the officers at the table have they are wearing their robes to signify how much different they need to act. They need to be that impartial ruler of our proceedings. And that is why, one of the reasons why you wear the robes, why you have that uniform, why when school groups come in and you explain the process of debates and how the Speaker rises, everyone is to zip it, or they should zip it. The respect that we have for whoever he or she is in that position. And what we've witnessed here over the weekend is I don't know how one would explain to a school group on the next visit to this place how one is impartial if they've taken part in a political partisan event. That is wrong, Deputy Speaker. Everyone knows this is wrong. The pages that we talked about, how this individual was a page at one time. There is a parliamentary tradition of a little bit of trying to encourage a page to take a side or give an opinion. And I've been elected for 2 terms provincially and 2 terms federally, and I have not been able to get one one partisan answer from any clerk or any page in both legislature and the House of Commons, because they take it this seriously. When they go through the training, they know that not to partake in partisan activity because of the importance of their role. And for our Speaker to have this lapse in judgment, to throw away all hundreds of years of tradition to take part in a political event blows my mind. And I'll get to some new remarks on how I got to this location. Is that, Mr. Speaker, as I was serving as the 25th Speaker of Saskatchewan, my country was hurting. The direction of Canada was obviously taking us down a dark, dark path, and as early as 2018 we could see this. And this is where
I still have a point of order from the Honourable Timmins James Bay.
We're hearing about his personal political journey. That this is a filibuster. Can we just stay to the point?
We have a point of order on the same point. The Honourable Government House, or the House Leader for the Opposition.
I know the NDP doesn't like anything to get in the way of the Liberal agenda, but this is not a filibuster, Mr. Speaker. This is discussing and debating the actions of the Speaker. Nobody went home to their ridings Friday expecting this to happen. The Speaker chose to do this and has put the House in this situation. This is a big deal. This is such a big deal that when the House doesn't have a Speaker through resignation or anything, that...
Okay, very good. The Honourable Member of Kitchener Centre.
The fact is, the remarks we just heard were literally the history of that member's time getting to this House of Commons, had nothing to do with what was meant to be spoken about on the floor of this House, and I share the concern from other members. And I would like see how we get to closure on this to continue the business of the House.
We are really getting into the weeds, I believe. I just want to make sure that we get to the issue that's before us, the point of privilege is before us, and just to give the heads up to the House that there are a couple of other points of privilege that have to be raised today. So I just want to make sure we can move clearly through the next couple of stages to make sure that we have the information available so that I can render a decision. The the House Leader for the Opposition.
Yeah, just very briefly in response to the Green Party's latest intervention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're talking about judgment. It's not that there is a specific line in the standing orders that we're debating. So it's incredibly important that we hear the context from other members' experiences from other parliaments, because it is in that context that we can determine as a House whether or not a grave error in judgment was made by the Speaker.
Right.
Intervention. On the same point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on the point of order, my understanding is that we have three, maybe there's more that I'm not aware of, but that we have three former speakers that are in this chamber. The member for Regina Capel, the member from Temiskaming, Nipissing, something like that, and the member who is speaking. And I do think it's important to hear from those members who have specific expertise in terms of the role of the Speaker, who have been speakers. They understand the pressures on them far more than I do, who have fortunately never had to take off my partisan colors for any reason. So I think I want to hear what the member's experience is and what he has to say.
That's right. I think the honourable member for Bell River Crowfoot also has a quick comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it is incredibly disappointing that there are other parties that would suggest that a Speaker's history and the understanding of the rules of this place and the essential elements that allows for us to be able to do our job.
Okay, well, let's not get into that. I just need to remind members the focus should be to demonstrate if there's sufficient evidence of a prima facie case and stick to those particular points. And if we have no further points to make on this particular one, I would say that we can move on to the next speaker. I'll ask the member for Saskatoon University to maybe finish up for us, and because I know I have a couple other people that are interested in speaking to this as well.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is the context that my colleagues were talking about. So I was the 25th Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislature, and I resigned. Why did I resign? Is to take part in a partisan event, a partisan meeting that I could not attend because I was a Speaker. That is the point. That is the point that we should all be asking ourselves. Why would a Speaker, knowing the rules, knowing the referee, being that subject expert on the rules, not see the conflict of attending a partisan event? For myself, I was relatively new, as in I only served one term before becoming Speaker, but in the tradition of this place is that we elect someone that has served many terms or had shown a great grasp on the procedure and the traditions of this place, so that we do not find ourselves in the situation that we find today.
Hear, hear.
December 4th, 2023 is a date that will be repeated in this place, because I feel that it is so important to have the respect of an impartial Speaker, that all else does not matter in this place unless that Speaker is impartial.
He should resign.
Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for getting to the point. The honourable House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will be very brief. I just want to again reference the statement that the Speaker made today. He said, "I would like to reassure members that the principles of respect, impartiality, and decorum are values I continue to prioritize for my tenure as Speaker." Those aren't things that you just say. Those are things you actually have to do. And what I would ask you to consider is, should you not agree that this rises to the level of requiring a privileged motion, what you will then be doing is saying that it's okay. It's okay for speakers to engage in these types of partisan activities. I don't want to see that the special way the Speaker conducts himself or herself start to be eroded because of the actions that happen on this weekend if the House does not take a decision on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do believe I do have enough to render to at least bring this back. I know the Honourable House Leader for the NDP is reserving some time to come back, so I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to hear from the Honourable Member. So I'm going to urge the next two speakers to keep to the point, to make sure that they're trying to add, to make this into a prima facie case, to stick to the information and not to all of the other points that some other members have been making. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to address this question of privilege and speak to the international role of the Speaker, which I don't think has been raised by other members. The Speaker does not. The primary role of the Speaker, of course, is to preside over this chamber, and impartiality is crucial in his work in that regard. But the Speaker also represents this chamber in various fora in terms of international work, in terms of Canadian diplomacy around the world, and the parliamentary website specifically identifies the role of the Speaker in terms of international work and diplomatic functions. Just this year, it was a previous Speaker, but he has made numerous international trips at the end of June, a trip to Italy and the Holy See in April, a trip to Denmark and Sweden in March, a trip to Argentina and Chile, for example. The Speaker's impartiality is crucial for their role in international diplomacy and in their work around education and modeling democracy in some cases in countries where there are struggles in terms of democracy, where institutions are more vulnerable to capture and to other kinds of pressures and problems. And the reality and the presentation of impartiality are critical for a Speaker's work representing this chamber diplomatically, seeking to promote democracy, and I hope that is taken into consideration as well as you evaluate the question of privilege. The Speaker's role internally as well as the Speaker's role externally, speaking on behalf of members, on behalf of the House. And I think, frankly, it's a grave scandal that we would have a Speaker giving the appearance of active partisanship while in his or her position, because that member subsequently will be expected to travel to other countries, to speak about our institutions, and in fact to make the case in more troubled contexts for the importance of impartial institutions, the importance of having independent election authorities, officers of Parliament, etc. And if the Speaker is compromised in terms of their perception, the perception of their authentic impartiality, if they're compromised in that perception domestically, it becomes very challenging for that Speaker to fulfill their function internationally. So it's a critical issue for Canadian democracy, for our own ability to represent our constituents here in Canada. But it is also a pressing and important issue in terms of the projection and promotion of our values around the world. So again, I would just encourage you to take this element of the question into consideration as you prepare for your ruling.
Thank the honourable member for that intervention. I think the honourable member for Saskatoon University has a clarification. I'm going to say very quick clarification.
Yes.
Go.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Clarification. I was rushed by the NDP Liberal Coalition here, cover-up guys that would, on my last statement about the
honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, what we're seeing here is it's a serious question, not this. He's just throwing out this partisan junk. The question was, he was not talking about this question at hand, and as Speaker, you have an obligation to make sure that this isn't descending into partisanship, but we're actually dealing with something very serious, which is the contempt of the House, potentially by the Speaker. So I'd ask you to keep this on focus rather than allowing the Conservatives just to play games.
Trying my best to stick to the facts so that this can come forward. Will the member for Saskatoon University just give the clarification that he wants to give, please?
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So when I resigned as Speaker, that was before taking part in a partisan meeting, not after. It wasn't that I got caught being on the video screen at a national event for a partisan party. It was to take part in a nomination to be here, to take part in a federal nomination. I could not take part in that partisan activity with that hat on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise, and it's troubling that we're forced to have this discussion in this place, because I think that it speaks to, and I will reference another privileged discussion that I observed a number of years ago under a previous speaker, under a previous government. And the reason I reference it will become very apparent shortly. But Mr. Speaker, it happened to be a discussion. It was actually an NDP member at the time when they were in the opposition benches as the official opposition and former Prime Minister Stephen Harper and the then Conservative government. There was a discussion about the privileges of a member being violated because the security guards did not allow ease of access to the chamber in the old centre block, which of course is a little bit different circumstances than we are in now. But there was an extended discussion that took place about this particular NDP member's ability to access the House of Commons, and in the likelihood that that ability was hindered in any way, that would have been a violation of that member's privilege. A privilege that is guarded so dearly, and for most watching, they would see the idea of a question of privilege and probably have many questions about what is the big deal. But when it comes to the privileges we have in this place, they are so carefully guarded because that is by the mechanism for which we are able to represent the people that send us here and perform the sacred duties that we are. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the discussion that took place on that that question of privilege, for a few moments that an NDP member was not able to enter this place in a timely manner, which could have led to her not being able to perform her duties. There's a direct correlation to the discussion that we're having here today because...
The honourable member for London Fanshawe, I believe, on a point of order.
I think you know what I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker. You have already ruled on this. You have asked for this debate to end and for us to continue on with business as is supposed to come before the House, so I would ask that happen now.
I will caution the honourable member to really get to the point, because there are a number of things I want to get moving on here. We're already an hour, or a little over an hour into this point of privilege. I do want to give it its due time, but I also want to be able to take it back to make a decision to be able to render back to the House as soon as possible as Deputy Speaker. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it interesting, and not very often will I defend the NDP whatsoever. But Chair, the fact that the NDP would be opposed to the example to which gets to the very heart of what we are discussing. Now, in that case, it was the physical...
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay, and I know what I know what you're going to say, and it's about making the point. I did ask the honourable member to make a point. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
We want to hear a ruling. This is a serious issue. What I'm seeing, though, is it's like allowing a free pass to just take shots, partisan shots that are needless, Speaker. So if we're going to have a chamber that does the job of dealing with something as serious as this, I want to hear a ruling. I don't need to see this descend into this kind of partisan gamesmanship. So, Speaker, I'm asking you to put the proper focus here.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order from the honourable member. I'm going to go to the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on that point of order, the NDP members have stood up multiple times now just giving cover to the government. At this point in time, we don't actually know what the NDP position is. We know what the position of two of the parties are on this serious issue, but we don't even know what the NDP position is. Perhaps the honourable member, next time he stands up, can shed some light on whether the NDP is just going to continue to cover the Liberal government.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna chop off and go to the next individual that wants, and I do. We're down to our the last speakers on this particular one, because I do want to cut this off because I am fully aware of the time is going by. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has a comment.
Yeah, on this question of privilege, I just wanted to provide some extra information because, like everyone else, I was shocked when I saw the speaker in his robes addressing a leadership convention. And so I just wanted to look at the use of House of Common resources as described under the bylaws of the Board of Internal Economy. And under parliamentary functions, Clause 4, subsection 1, it says, the funds, goods, services, and premises provided by the House of Commons to a member under the Parliament of Canada Act, this bylaw or any other bylaw made under the Act may only be used for carrying out the member's parliamentary functions.
Wow.
Then it goes on to say partisan activities, subclause 2. The funds, goods, services, and premises provided by the House of Commons to a member may be used by the member for partisan activities only if those activities fall within the parliamentary functions of the member. And then it goes on to say not parliamentary functions in section 3. For greater certainty, the following activities when performed by a member are not parliamentary functions. Clause B then goes on to say activities related to the administration, organization, internal communications of a political party, including participation in a party leadership campaign or convention, solicitations of contributions and solicitations of memberships to a political party.
Wow.
So, and it goes under precision. For greater certainty, a member's parliamentary or constituency office shall not be used as a meeting or organizational location in relation to any of these activities referred to in subsection 3. So, Mr. Speaker, this is very clear that all of us are prohibited from using our House of Commons resources, including our staff, including our premises and being our offices, for any partisan activity. And here we have the Speaker himself using his office, dressed in his House of Commons Speaker robes, addressing a Liberal provincial leadership election. And Mr. Speaker, that is, in my case, and I lose complete faith and trust in this Speaker for violating the rules that he is supposed to enforce himself.
I see the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. Maybe the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague from Manitoba. But, Mr. Chair, I would simply say this when it comes to the role that partisanship does play in this House. Because I of course, among many others, are known for their partisanship. But, Mr. Speaker, I do find it troubling that there would be members of this place that would use a debate that is about defending the rights and privileges of members to be able to represent their constituents, including when that partisanship takes place, Mr. Speaker, which is why I very carefully selected the example I did about a NDP opposition member's ability to access the chamber. So if I could, Mr. Speaker, just make that quick connection to the debate that we are having here today. Whether it is a member's physical ability to access this place, I know all members, if they look on the back of their ID, they see that very clear rules of privileges and what parliamentary privilege means in terms of accessing the parliamentary precinct. But, Mr. Speaker, that goes beyond simply the physical ability for us to walk into this chamber. It needs to ensure that members are able to, in an uninhibited fashion, be able to trust the institutions and infrastructure of this place, including the role of the Speaker as the arbiter and a non-partisan voice that does not take preference over one another's. And, Mr. Speaker, to sum up this very, very quickly, the actions of the Speaker have called into question whether or not myself or any other member of this place can truly trust the actions of the Chair to ensure that the role of the Speaker and the sacred obligation that has within our parliamentary system is maintained. Because without that, Mr. Speaker, it devolves into something that truly does abuse our privileges.
Okay. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just add in on the bylaws. I should also draw your attention to Section 7, which says, except as may be approved by the board and subject to subsection 2, a member may not use funds, goods, services, and premises provided by the House of Commons for the benefit of any person, association, or organization, or for the promotion of a product, service, or event of any person, association, or organization. This is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that when the Speaker addressed the Liberal Convention just this past weekend, that it was to the benefit of a third party, and there needs to be actions taken to reprimand that from ever happening again.
Okay, I thank the members for their interventions on this one. I believe I have enough to go back and look at. I'm going to come back to the House on this one. There is a fair amount of information to look at, and it is incumbent upon me to come back as quickly as possible on this particular point. Now, I believe I have a couple other points of privilege that are coming forward. So on a new issue, the Honourable House Leader for the Opposition.
Since this is a new issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am rising on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 69.1 to ask that you treat Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the fall economic...
Because we do have two other points of privilege, so I'd like to get those out of the way before I go to the point of order. I apologize. Okay. On a point of personal privilege, I think we have the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity, although grieved by the necessity of raising this. If you'll bear with me, I'm just pulling together my notes here. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I am rising to draw the attention of the House to a violation of my privileges and the privileges of other members that relates to the provisions of Standing Order 116, which I'll briefly read. This pertains to the work of committees. It says that in a standing, special, or legislative committee, the standing order shall apply so far as may be applicable, except the standing orders as the election of speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the number of times of speaking and the length of speeches. And the end of debate, this is the crucial point, 2A and B. Unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A notice of the decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. And B, that a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule in the matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. So, Mr. Speaker, I am taking advantage of the new opportunity this provision offers members to bring to the attention of the Speaker violations of privilege that have occurred in committee, in particular in this case the Natural Resource Committee. Of course, historically, it was not the case that such violations could be brought to the attention of the chair, but we have new rules that fortunately, I think, in this context at least, they provide us with an opportunity to bring the absolutely egregious behavior of the member for Calgary Skyview, the chair of the Natural Resources Committee, to the attention of the chair and seek an appropriate remedy. On multiple occasions, the member for Calgary Skyview, who is the chair of the Natural Resource Committee, showed flagrant disregard for the rules and the rights of members in limiting the ability of members to speak, in arbitrarily imposing time limits, in depriving members of the floor when they had the floor, in reassigning the floor when one member had the floor, taking the floor away from them and reassigning it to another member. And these all had the effect.
Point of order from the honourable member of Timmins James Bay.
Well, we know the Conservatives are trying to talk the clock up, but Mr. Speaker, if there is a question of privilege from a committee, it has to be brought from the committee. This man did not have that support, so he's trying to overrule the chair of committee who made a ruling. So, Speaker, it's up to you then to decide whether you're going to overrule the chair of a committee that had that this was brought forward and had the support of the majority of committee. It would set a very bad precedent for the Speaker to allow that member to override a committee chair, and I don't think that that's within our rules.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the member said that was a point of order. He was actually, I think, making arguments regarding the question of privilege, which he will have an opportunity to do. He is, as you might have gathered, intimately involved in these proceedings, and I'm sure will have a great deal to say about it. Mr. Chair, I did begin my remarks, which maybe the member for Timmins James Bay was not listening to, in which I mentioned, though, that I'm speaking in the context of the provisions of Standing Order 116(2)A and B, provisions which, by the way, I mentioned in the discussion at committee. The member may or may not recall that during some of the back and forth at the Natural Resources Committee, I informed the chair and the member for Timmins James Bay and other members that they should be careful about whether or not they respect the rules and the rights and privileges of members, because unlike was the case in the past, there is now a provision in the standing orders whereby members can seek a remedy in the House. So the member would be right most of the time, but he should have heeded my warnings in this case, because again, Standing Order 116(2)A and B, I read them to him in the committee and to other members, and I have read them in the House again, which do speak to my right to highlight violations of privilege. But look, if the member if the member wants to speak to this issue later, he can. I, of course, think this is an extremely important issue of privilege, and we do see the complicity of the NDP, in fact, in some cases, the NDP being worse than the government in trying to shut down members of Parliament, deprive them of their rights to speak. And I think workers in that member's riding and across the country will take note of that. Mr. Chair, I would like to provide you with the evidence that I'm speaking of in terms of how Standing Order 116 2A and B was violated in the proceedings of the Natural Resources Committee. It was violated in a number of ways. The first instance of such violation was when the member for Peace River Westlock was seeking to be added to the Speaker's list and was in fact arbitrarily prevented from doing so. The committee rules allow any member who is present, even if they are not a regular member of the committee or subbed in, to be able to participate in the proceedings of the committee with certain limited exceptions. They can't vote. They can't. They can't vote, but they can participate, speak, etc. And this was an instance. I'll draw the attention to the House of when this happened. When at 3:50 on October the 31st, excuse me, October the 31st. This was a continuation of the meeting of the Natural Resources Committee that began on October the 1st. Mr. Vierson had been seeking to have himself added to the list, and he said. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. This will be challenged because I need to cite some evidence from the transcript, and I know in committees it's our convention to use surnames, and of course in the House we don't use surnames. So I will do my best to, in every case, switch it over. But I apologize for my error previously, and I apologize in advance if I err again. But I'll do my best. So, the member for Peace River Westlock, the member for Timmins James Bay is very keen to get into this conversation, and frankly, I'm sure he's embarrassed right now because his conduct at committee was
order. Let's stick to the facts of the points that we're trying to make, and let's try not to take partisan shots at parties as we roll along. I am hearing a lot of chatter when we go on, but I'm also hearing attacks happening as well. So let's just stick to the point of privilege that we're trying to make, and try to use the time of the House as judiciously as possible. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, I believe, on a point of order.
Yes, sir, Speaker. I just wanted to be clear. We know that if the Conservatives talk the clock till 1:30, that the House would not be able to proceed with the business at hand. So I was just asking to see the clock at 1:30, Speaker, so we didn't have to waste any more time. And the
honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, I believe, has a point of order as well.
Mr. Speaker, we have had continuous interruptions and harassment from the minister from the member from James Bay while we're trying to, talk about a serious point of privilege. I'm beginning to think that my privilege to listen to the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is being infringed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interventions. I will once again remind members of this House of Commons to keep their comments to themselves if they possibly can, and so that we can judiciously get through the points of personal privilege that have been brought forward and brought to the attention of the Speaker's office in accordance to the rules that were put forward. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, and I will urge the honourable member to continue to make his point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly will, hopefully without interruptions, and I share the outrage of the member for Sarnia-Lambton, although she should review some of the transcripts of Natural Resources to realize how bad it can sometimes get with the member for Timmins James Bay. In any event, I was sharing the evidence from October 31st. This was at 3:50, and the chair said, "I'd like to remind members that the member for Peace River Westlock is not a substitute member of the committee, so I cannot acknowledge he can sit at the table." And then the chair says, when he does, we will, once the sub happens right now, we will go the floor to the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, and the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands points out the member for Peace River Westlock wants to join this debate, even as not one of the 4 voting Conservative members on this committee. He can do that. He's fully within his rights to do that. If one of the independent members or a member from the Green...
We have a point of order from the Honourable House, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the member is out of order in terms of bringing forward his matter of privilege. There is no committee report before the House to be able to raise the issue that he is in fact raising. Some might believe the member's trying to filibuster.
I again will urge everyone to stick to the points to make the prima facie case that they're trying to make, that it is a question of privilege. I think the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order.
Yes, on that point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would just reference to the House to ensure that we're following the rules in this place, which is the reason why there are so many issues here today. That this is the 2017 third edition of Bosch and Gagnon. It references on regarding question of privilege, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, that whenever any matter of privilege arises, it shall be taken into consideration immediately. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it very troubling that the Liberals and specifically their coalition partners in the NDP.
Okay, well, when I will use my line here, and I need to make people aware of when bringing a point of privilege to this floor that the role of the chair is to decide whether the matter merits priority over all other business. In making their preliminary arguments, members should briefly explain the background and the main facts that give rise to the question of privilege. The focus should be to demonstrate that there is sufficient evidence of a prima facie case. And so I will ask the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan to make the case that this is actually a point, or we'll have to move on. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the point that that privilege has priority in this House. That the standing orders do provide that when there is an issue at committee that involves the rights of members to speak, the ability of them to not be interrupted, or the imposition of time limits and contravention of the rules or the orders adopted by that committee, that is an issue that can be brought to the House. And this is a new standing order. Standing Order 16-2A and B. It's new material in the standing orders. So member for Winnipeg North and other members may not be familiar with it. It doesn't have, of course, the same history as other provisions because it's new. But again, this was clearly a violation of privilege. It clearly violated the privileges of members. It is being brought to the House because Standing Order 116 specifically invites members to bring such matters to the House, and there were multiple instances, in fact, where the member for Calgary Skyview limited the ability of members to speak, interrupted them, stopped them from being able to move forward. So, Mr. Chair, I will go through those examples for your consideration, and then look forward to your ruling after that. So the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands highlighted that in his view, the member for Peace River Westlock should be able to join the debate. This was on October the 31st at 3:30. He said if one of the independent members or a member from the Green Party were to walk in and sit down at the table, they'd be able to join the debate. This is a debate on a motion. It's not a substantive part of committee work right now. We're debating a motion, and they'd be able to join the debate. There was various back and forth among members about whether or not a member who is not subbed in can still participate in the debate on the motion. And as you know, Speaker, it's long established, and I think consistent with Standing Order 116 on the application of the general rules of the House to committees, that a member should be able to speak as part of a motion regardless of whether or not they are subbed in. The chair ruled against the ability of members to do that, and as such, I raised a question of privilege on this matter in committee, and I draw your attention to about the 4:20 to 4:25 mark on October the 31st. This was when I was given the speaking list, and this speaks to the second issue of limiting time. I was given the floor to speak by the chair following a request from the member for Lakeland about what the nature of the speaking order was, and it was at that time that I sought to move a matter of privilege with respect to the operations of the committee. So the member for Lakeland said, Chair, just so we can have confidence, can you review the speaking list? And subsequently, the chair says that the speaking list is myself, member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and then the member for Timmins, James Bay. So at 4:25 on October the 31st, I was able to take the
Point of order from the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here in the House of Commons today to try to make progress on the priorities of my constituents. I understand this is a very serious point of privilege. I've attempted for the last 5 minutes to listen to what the member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan is saying and try to understand how it relates to the original point of privilege being raised, and I can't see it. Mr. Speaker, can you help me understand the connection between what's being shared right now and the original point of privilege, which was raised an hour and 35 minutes ago?
The honourable, this is a whole other. This is on a committee point of privilege. I am looking at the honourable member and hoping that he can make his point quickly enough, because we do have a couple of other things that we would like to do before question period. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There have been a number of matters that happen at Natural Resources Committee, so I'm going through them, but I think it's important to say that there were multiple instances and multiple different ways in which the chair violated the privileges of members in violation of Standing Order 116. And just to clarify for my esteemed colleague...
We have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, the House of Commons has 20-some standing committees, and there's all sorts of things that take place in the standing communities. My concern is, Mr. Speaker, is that the member is trying to attempt to set a precedence here by bringing something when there is no report that has come from the standing committee. So this could be used as a potential tool going forward, Mr. Speaker, which would be very destructive to the discussions and the debates that should be taking place in the chamber. I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that you have the member get right to the point. It shouldn't be taking 15, 20 minutes. Maybe he can try to curtail it to 2 or 3 minutes so that we can get on to what I understand is yet another matter of privilege and then another point of order from the Conservative Party.
I believe the point of order from the Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton on the same point.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that the member opposite that just spoke is not taking seriously that members were not allowed to speak at committee and that the committee chair ignored the whole situation, and that's why it had to be brought here to the House. Hopefully we can come to a quick resolution. Perhaps the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan could table all the different examples for your review, sir.
I would appreciate maybe having a conversation with the honourable member afterwards to get to the specific points. But I would hope that the honourable member would get specifically to the accusations that he has and what the remedy might be on this particular one, knowing full well that we have a couple other points of privilege that we would like to get to as well. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan, please get to the point of the point.
Thank you, Chair. I'm doing my best, but constantly interrupted. Yeah. Standing Order 116 directs us to bring these matters to the attention of the House. The member for Winnipeg North, I believe, supported the addition of 116 to A and B. This was a proposal from the previous government House leader, I believe. So, you know, he can propose further changes to the standing orders if he doesn't believe that members should be able to bring these matters to the House. Here's what happened at 4:25 on October the 31st at the Natural Resources Committee. I began to speak. I was given the floor. The chair said, I'm going to ask all members. We have myself and then the member for Timmins, James Bay, and I began to speak. And at the time, I said I would seek to move a privilege motion at committee regarding the breach of privilege for the member for Peace River Westlock. I said that he had the chair had breached his privileges by refusing to allow him to speak on Bill C-69. So I would ask you, Chair, to review the record regarding the breach of privilege as it pertains to the member for Peace River Westlock. But this is not the only instance, because at 4:25 on October 31st, I took the floor and spoke to the matter of privilege. There were various repeated interruptions as I sought to make the argument, and I nonetheless continued to make the argument in the midst of those various efforts to silence those arguments regarding privilege. The chair did not, at the time, issue a specific ruling about whether or not this was, in his view, a matter pertaining to privilege. As members know that if you raise a question of privilege at committee, the chair will then make a determination if he sees it as being a matter relating to privilege, and then if he deems it to be so, then a debate ensues on privilege. The chair didn't specifically say that he considered it a matter pertaining to privilege, although my understanding at the time was that it was a matter pertaining to privilege, and he had deemed it so because he allowed the debate to continue. Again, I go to just 505, the chair saying again, the member for Calgary Skyview saying, yes, you have the floor, Mr. Name, where you left off. The name was mine. I can't, of course, say it in the House. And then I continued at that point. I continued, and the debate continued. Actually, it continued through till the end of the session of the meeting on October 31st, and then it resumed. The same meeting of the Natural Resources Committee resumed on November the 1st. I still had the floor. And then the chair says, when we concluded the last meeting, he said to me, you had the floor, so I want to provide you the opportunity. Would you like to cede the floor, or would you like to continue? And I said, Mr. Chair, upon serious reflection of the matter, I have decided I would like to keep the floor because I have more to say. I will now do so. And thus, I continued on the point. This is on November the 1st. Now, subsequently, the chair, though, I gather, having maybe learned some rules that he hadn't previously been aware of, which there are a good many. He said subsequently in that meeting, this was much later.
Could I maybe, because I know the committee has been in this debate since I believe the 30th of October, the day before my birthday, including my birthday and a whole bunch after it. So I just wanted to say we're going to read all of the account of what's happening in there. I think it'd be best that I can go back and read through the Hansard on that one. So I just wonder maybe the honourable member could to get to what the remedy is going to be, what his request is for this point of privilege.
Thank you, Chair. So I will skip forward just to give the highlights here. The chair then retroactively ruled that the matter that we had been discussing for more than a day was in fact no longer a question of privilege. He said, given that the committees are empowered to limit the participation of non-members, it is my opinion that the objections raised by the member constitute a point of order and do not touch on parliamentary privilege. Therefore, he prevented me from moving the privilege motion. And I didn't agree with his...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, on a point of privilege, or point of...
Mr. Speaker, this is somewhat becoming laughable and very serious in terms of at the same time. The Speaker has just asked the member to point out a remedy. Everything that he's quoting is already in Hansard. The Speaker can actually reference that. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that he listen to his last instruction from you and get to the point of the matter as opposed to continuing with a filibuster on the floor of the House.
I wouldn't say it's rare that I agree with the honourable member, but I do agree with the honourable member on this particular case. That I do know that there's a couple of other things that we do need to hit. I think the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton has a point as well that we would like to address as well. So, and I think the honourable member for Selkirk and Lake Eastman has a comment on a previous point. So I am going to ask the honourable member to get to the remedy or how he wants this remedy. The honourable member for Sherwood Park versus Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, if this is the wish of the House, then I would simply commend to you, the Speaker, the reading of all of the blues that came from the Natural Resources Committee. The point is, and I won't cite the evidence then if the Speaker's not interested in hearing the evidence. I thought it might in fact save time and
Order. It's not that I'm not interested in hearing the evidence. Is that I know there's a lot of evidence there. So if the honourable member was going to quote all of the evidence, we would be here until next Thursday. So I really don't want that. I am responsible to the honourable members and the order that we have, the agenda that we're trying to keep. So the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point is, the floor was taken away from me. The point is, I had the floor. I had tried to raise a question of privilege, which the chair said I couldn't. I didn't agree with that, but whatever. I mean, not whatever. That's one issue in terms of privilege. But secondarily, the chair then said, okay, now we're going to go to the member for Timmins, James Bay, and give him the floor. You certainly cannot, as chair, in the middle of a meeting, in the middle of a member speaking, when the member has not, in fact, moved any motion. I tried to move a motion, but I wasn't able to move a motion. The chair cannot simply take the floor away from a member who has the floor, who achieved it through proper means, who the chair recognized on multiple occasions as having the floor. The chair cannot simply take the floor away from that member and decide to give it to the next member on the list. That is very clearly imposing a time limit contrary to Standing Order 116. So we saw in this instance multiple instances of the violation of the privileges of members through the limiting of their ability to speak. In one case involving the member for Peace River Westlock not being able to put his name on the list, and the speaker and the chair at that time not considering it a matter pertaining to privilege, even though it clearly was a matter pertaining to privilege. And then secondly, the fact that when I had the floor, the chair took the floor away from me. So members, the chair can review the evidence and see all that. I will raise a final issue, which is that the member for Timmins, James Bay, used clearly unparliamentary language in committee, accusing members of lying. This was brought to the attention of the chair, and the chair ruled that under those circumstances it was perfectly fine for the member for Timmins, James Bay, to use that kind of unparliamentary language. Really unprecedented that the member for Calgary Skyview as chair would hear members using clearly unparliamentary language in committee as part of members that are part of his own coalition, and that he would allow those members to use that language and persist in using that language. It's quite horrifying, I think, and it also violates the privileges of members. Although maybe it's not as clear whether that's a matter that can be raised in the House and relates to Standing Order 116 2A and B, although the first 2 points very clearly do. Mr. Speaker, you had asked about the appropriate remedy for this violation of privilege. I think there was some clear direction in Standing Order 2A and B, 116 2A and B, regarding the remedy that would be appropriate under the circumstances. The standing orders say again that unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing committee, a standing special or legislative committee, may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. And then B, the crucial part, a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker or by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. And then if, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. So, Mr. Speaker, the violation of privileges, various violations of privilege have occurred. These occurred in the course of debate on the motion at the Natural Resources Committee. And at a minimum, Chair, the first remedy I would suggest would be that you nullify subsequent proceedings that took place at the Natural Resources Committee, and that you restore the floor to myself so that I can continue with the remarks that I was planning on making at the time. But secondarily, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a grave problem when we have chairs of committees that show such flagrant disregard for the rules, as we have seen from the member for Calgary Skyview. And I suggest you call to order chairs of committees that allow unparliamentary language to be used in committee, that call to order chairs who violate rules, who take the floor away from some members. So in addition to the remedy specifically prescribed in Standing Order 116 2B, Chair, your posture's been ambiguous to me, Chair.
Thanks for letting me stand. Listen, I think we have enough information to go back and review this on behalf, and we'll try to come back as soon as possible on this. I mean, specifically when we look at this, to nullify, if such a violation has occurred, the Speaker may order all the subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation to be nullified. So we do need to look closely at what has happened, and we will go back back to look at that, dependent on Standing Order 116. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. We're going to go to the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton on his point of privilege as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a question of privilege, having given the appropriate notice pursuant to Standing Order 48 sub 2. And the question of privilege pertains to a breach of a committee order of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for the production of documents regarding the incident in the galleries on September 22nd, 2023, during the address of the Ukrainian president. That incident, of course, Mr. Speaker, involved the recognition by the Speaker of a former soldier of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS. It is an incident that brought enormous shame on this House. It caused significant international embarrassment. It caused enormous hurt to Jewish Canadians and indeed Jews around the world. It showed a total lack of respect for the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who fought valiantly in World War II to defeat the Nazis, including 45,000 Canadians who gave their lives to secure freedom and to defeat the evil Nazis. And it demonstrated disrespect to the memory of 6 million Jews who were murdered at the hands of the Nazis during the Holocaust. This incident in the galleries constituted perhaps this Prime Minister's greatest international embarrassment in a long list of international embarrassments caused by this Prime Minister, who is himself an international embarrassment. In order to get to the bottom of this egregious incident that happened under the watch of this Prime Minister, on September 22nd, I moved a motion at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and I think for some context, I will read the relevant parts of that motion. That motion called for the production of documents. More specifically, at paragraph B, it's provided as follows. An order do issue for all emails, memoranda, or other documents transmitted between the Speaker's office or the House of Commons administration on the one part, and any government department or agency, including the Prime Minister's office or any other minister's office, as well as the House leaders of all recognized parties and their offices on the other part, in relation to the address of the President of Ukraine, including but not limited to reference to the name Yaroslav Hunka and the arrangements concerning it, provided that these shall be deposited with the clerk of the committee in both official languages and without redaction within 10 days. Mr. Speaker, that motion was adopted after considerable obstruction by the Liberals on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, no doubt to shield the Prime Minister from accountability for this embarrassing incident. It was adopted, nonetheless, at the end of November. I don't have the date, but I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the 10-day period for documents to be produced, including from the Privy Council office, from the Prime Minister's office, that deadline came and went as of December 1st. Conservatives complied with the motion.
Order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On a point of order, I think it's really important to recognize that there is no report from the Standing Committee. And therefore, it's questionable in terms of how it is that the member would stand up and have a privilege issue when there doesn't seem to be any issue that he could raise because it hasn't been reported on from the Standing Committee.
Okay, and hopefully, yeah, I would ask the member to report that, because if I look at, speakers have consistently ruled that except in the most extreme situations, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter. So I'm on the member for St. Albert Edmonton to maybe get to that particular point so that I can rule one way or another on this one.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and to your point about exceptional circumstances, that is consistent with a ruling of Speaker Fraser on March 26, 1990. And I would submit that if there ever were an instance in which there are exceptional circumstances, it was in regards to this matter. This, after all, goes to the heart of the administration of the House and protocols that were breached, causing enormous embarrassment to all members of this House. And I would submit on that basis that the failure of the Prime Minister's office and the PCO and other relevant departments controlled by the Prime Minister to turn over documents within the 10 days is a matter that is quite appropriately raised in this House in the absence of a committee report, given the extraordinary set of circumstances that led to the commencement of this study in the first place, which I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, resulted in the resignation of the former Speaker, underscoring the degree to which this is a matter that is indeed extraordinary. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I was interrupted by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I would note that the power...
I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another point on this.
The member still has not justified. He's talking about something in order to try to amplify as if it justifies, and that is something that's somewhat debatable at very best. There is no report. Therefore, the member should not be rising, making his case at this point. That's right. Once the report is actually tabled, then he would be in a much better position to be able to make his case, Mr. Speaker. And I think to let the member continue allows for or encourages the abuse of our tradition inside the House, even given a 30-year quote, 30-plus years quote, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't justify it.
Well, I'm going to give it a 20-year quote, and Speaker Milliken in 2004, in the absence of a report from the committee on as such, it is virtually impossible for the chair to make any judgment as to the prima facie occurrence of a brief privilege with regard to such charges. So I would say to the honourable member, I would wait for the honourable member for the report to be tabled in this into this chamber and bring the point of privilege back to the floor at that time. So I'm going to move on to the next item as well. And I believe the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman had a comment on a previous report, I believe.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm rising today to add to the question of privilege raised by the member for St. Hyacinth Bagot. That was done on Friday, December the 1st. This is the first opportunity for the official opposition to address it. And the member from St. Hyacinth Bagot was talking in quite a bit of detail about the potential misleading of the House by the Minister of National Defence and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence as it related to answers in question period. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know intentionally misleading the House is always a grave matter, and countless speakers have ruled that it is essential to our democracy that information provided Parliament be accurate and complete. I think it's important to put on the record other examples that were found to be prima facie questions of privilege. On February 1st, 2002, the Speaker ruled on a matter in regard to the former Minister of National Defence. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar alleged that the Minister of National Defence deliberately misled the House as to when he knew that prisoners were taken by Canadian JTF-2 troops in Afghanistan and been handed over to the Americans. In support of that allegation, he cited the minister's responses in question period on 2 successive days. The Speaker considered the matter and found that there was a prima facie case of privilege. He said, "The authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and about the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House. The authorities to which Speaker Milliken was referring included, but are not limited to, the following House of Commons Practices and Procedures, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, misleading a minister or a member has always been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie case of privilege." The Speaker in 2002 accepted the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House and made the following statement. Nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation. The Speaker went on to say that on the basis of arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, Mr. Speaker, I see you're motioning to me. I will continue this after question period if you so let me, because I do have a number of other examples I wish to raise.
Continue this after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, during November 17 to 19, the African Development Network, which aims to foster socio-economic development and collaboration between Canada and Africa, organized Impact Diaspora Forum. This brought together Afro-descendant diaspora, global business delegates, Canadian and African policymakers, diplomats, and Canadian entrepreneurs keen on African ventures. Focusing on Canada-Africa trade, the summit aimed to boost economic ties. I was happy to host the conference part on Parliament Hill. Participants included experts and professionals including Dr. Michael Hamala Sidibe, who is African Union Special Envoy for African Medicines Agency and former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. I would like to recognize the hard work of Andre Azambo and Franklin Ipape, who promoted African Development Network. I am glad that our federal government has provided funding to this organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, everyone has the right to feel safe in their communities. Today I rise to bring awareness to the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. I know families in my riding who depend on transitional housing, who have endured the cycle of violence. And I also know too many who have lost their lives to gender-based violence. Their stories inform my work and advocacy while also supporting crisis groups in my community like the Armagh House, like Nissa Homes, and the recent expansion of the Safe Centre of Peel to Mississauga. I'm proud to be part of a government that cares deeply about this issue, that built a national action plan to end gender-based violence, invested billions to address homelessness, dedicated housing funds for families fleeing violence, and much more. It's not enough. We must act every day across our society until gender-based violence is no more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I do have to apologize to the honourable member for Saskatoon West for missing him in the order. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, along with the member from Prince Albert, to pay tribute to one of Canada's agricultural leaders who passed away recently. Terry Summick took over the family business called Flexicoil at the age of 21 due to his father's passing. Terry's business skill and ingenuity helped him to grow the manufacturing business into a major Saskatoon company, employing thousands of people over the years. It was so successful that Case New Holland acquired Flexicoil and continues to manufacture planting and seeding equipment in Saskatoon to this day. My colleague and I both had the privilege of working for Terry at Flexicoil and owe much of our work ethic, creativity, and risk-taking to Terry's training and leadership. More than anything, Terry cared about people and investing all that he could into them. His impact lives on in the lives of his direct family and his massive indirect family that he mentored and helped along the way. His impact has also been felt in Canada and around the world through his many charitable endeavours. Terry's unwavering faith in Jesus Christ was his rock, and he lived his entire life with God at the center. Well done, Terry. You will be missed.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Rimouski Music Conservatoire is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Since 1973, the Conservatoire has been igniting and nurturing the musical spark in talented musicians in the Lower St. Lawrence region. A testament to the high quality of the training it provides, many of its students have gone on to enjoy local, national and even international careers. But above all, our Conservatoire is a music school on a human scale, deeply rooted in the artistic and creative ferment of the Lower St. Lawrence region. It is to highlight this rich relation between the Conservatoire and the regional's cultural community that the festivities are being held under the theme anchored within its community. Thank you to the visionary builders who brought this wonderful adventure to life. Thank you to the teachers and staff who continue to carry this vision forward with passion. And thank you to the students, past and present, who allow the Lower St. Lawrence to shine throughout Quebec and the world. Long live the Rimouski Music Conservatoire.
The Honourable Member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia lost one of its own yesterday. Miles Goodwin of Canada's legendary band, April Wine, has passed away. For decades, Miles and April Wine have ruled the airwaves in Canada. Not a day goes by where Canadian radio doesn't play their classics. A proud Nova Scotian and Waverley boy, Miles and his band regularly crossed Canada coast to coast to coast, playing high schools, rinks, arenas, all the way up to stadiums at their peak, leaving behind a catalogue of Canadiana. From Say Hello, Rock and Roll is a Vicious Game and Roller, to Just Between You and Me, they've had dozens and dozens of hits that you probably know all the words to, Mr. Speaker. One of the honors of my life was introducing the band in front of thousands of Nova Scotians at Alderney Landing in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia last year. Ooh, what a night. Thank you, Miles, for being an amazing ambassador for Nova Scotia, for all of the music, and for the stacks of vinyl records that I still play and enjoy to this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Saskatoon University.
One of the greatest honors of my career was when my colleagues entrusted me to be the 25th Speaker of the Saskatchewan Legislature. The role of Speaker of the House is one of the most important roles in the Westminster democracy. Without the Speaker, this place could not function. And without the trust and support of his colleagues on both sides of the chamber, the Speaker cannot perform his duties. That is why when I looked at what was going on in Ottawa and decided I had to do my part to stop it and entered federal politics, I first resigned my post as Speaker so there would be no hint of partiality, no hint of partisanship, and which could damage the office of Speaker. The decision that the Speaker of the House of Commons made to speak at a partisan event dishonors and damages this chamber. The conduct is simply inexcusable, defies all long-standing traditions and expectations attached to the high office of Speaker. It cannot be allowed to set a precedence, and this Speaker will have to take steps, real, concrete steps, to mend the trust that he has broke.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, we're watching with horror the tragedies of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Many Yukoners have expressed to me how helpless they feel in such a dire situation, and everyone wants the daily violence to stop. With this sentiment and in the spirit of peace, leaders of our territory's Muslim, Jewish, and Christian communities took action. In true Yukon fashion, compassionate and kind, they organized a fundraiser for Gaza held at the local United Church. Hundreds turned up. Yukoners of many faiths, ethnicities, and backgrounds gathered to share food, to talk, and to listen to local musician Andrea McColman. Over $13,000 was raised and donated to humanitarian relief efforts in Gaza. In the words of one of the organizers, the warmth of Whitehorse was on display in its full splendor on that frigid day. I'm so very proud of the organizers' efforts and thank every Yukoner that attended and showed their support. In this terrible time of violence, it was a beautiful reminder that unity is our greatest tool for peace.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to welcome representatives of Lupus Canada here today. Over 1 in 1,000 Canadians are impacted by lupus, but because of its varied symptoms, diagnosis is a time-consuming and challenging process, currently taking 7 years on average. Many patients face challenges in assessing the proper care and getting timely and effective treatment plans. Lupus Canada's mission is dedicated to advancing research, championing advocacy, fostering public awareness, and providing lupus-related education. This mission enables them to effect meaningful change and make a tangible impact for those living with lupus, their families, caregivers, and loved ones. I'm proud that through the Community Services Recovery Fund, this government provided over $100,000 to support Lupus Canada to adapt their operations so they can continue their important mission. To Lupus Canada, thank you for all that you do.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Faith is an important part in the lives of millions of Canadians. The presence of religious symbols and ceremonies in public spaces, particularly during occasions like Hanukkah, Christmas, and many others, has long been a way for Canadians to celebrate the values of our communities. For 2 decades, the menorah has been proudly displayed at Moncton City Hall in partnership with its Jewish community. Yet the Mayor of Moncton announced on Friday that it would not happen this year. I urge Mayor Dawn Arnold to reconsider her decision. There is still time to do the right thing. We are seeing a rise in anti-Semitism and hate towards Jews in Canadian streets. This is utterly unacceptable. Now is the time to stand in solidarity with the Jewish people. The spirit of Hanukkah, a festival that celebrates freedom and the triumph of light over darkness, is a reminder of the values that all Canadians share across this country.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked International Day for Persons with Disabilities, a time to recognize their pivotal contribution to Canada and recommit to removing barriers and enhancing inclusion. The Canada Disability Benefit serves as the cornerstone of our government's Disability Inclusion Act plan that will support financial security for those living with disabilities. In our commitment to inclusivity, we've taken the next step in implementing this benefit with the launch of the CBD Regulation Online Engagement Tool, which will give all Canadians the opportunity to have their say in development of the benefits regulations. My office has actively invited community members and local organizations that serves persons with disabilities in Richmond Hill, such as CARE, Open Mind Alliance, and Large Daybreak, to take part in this consultation to help inform the development and design of the benefits regulation. As we commemorate this important day, we must remember that prosperity of our community is reliant on the social and economic inclusion of people with disabilities, and that we must continue to work together to create a Canada that includes everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Under this Liberal NDP Cost-like coalition, Canadians are paying on average 66% of their income just to keep a roof over their head, and in a lot of instances, that's all it is. With the other 34% going to pay taxes for this Prime Minister's reckless and out-of-control spending. Canadians have nothing left for food and other needs, and many are at the risk of losing their homes. It wasn't that long ago that it took 25 years to pay off a mortgage. Under this Prime Minister, it takes 25 years to save up for a down payment. Wow. Under this Prime Minister, the cost of housing has gone up more in the past 8 years than the previous 148 years. That's not surprising, given that he's racked up more than every other single government previous to him combined. Wow. Thankfully, Conservatives have a solution. Rather than Canadians losing their house, why not have an election so Canadians can throw this Liberal government out of this House and elect a Conservative government that will fix what this Prime Minister has broken?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Have you ever known someone who said they'd have your back and then immediately folded under pressure? Who said they'd be there for you and just never was? Canadian workers are discovering that the federal NDP are exactly that. The NDP have the consistency of Alcibiades. The NDP have the strength and steadfastness of a broken felt hat. We've learned that the Stellantis EV battery manufacturing plant in Windsor plans to hire hundreds of foreign replacement workers. EV battery plants will receive more than $40 billion in subsidies. Rather than creating powerful paychecks for Canadians, Liberals are funding foreign replacement workers with hard-earned Canadian taxpayers' dollars. The leader of the NDP initially joined Conservatives in calling for the contracts to be released, but the member for Windsor West has now done a complete 180 and proposed allowing the EV companies and unions to redact the contracts. Just a little Liberal filibustering, and the NDP are quickly looking for the exits. Conservatives will stand our ground, defend workers, and demand the public release of these contracts. What will the NDP do?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais...
Today, I would like to congratulate the Honourable Arthur J. LeBlanc on his successful term as the 33rd Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia. Appointed to the position in 2017, he is the first Acadian to represent the Crown in the province, as well as the first Francophone since 1713. His honour has dedicated more than 30 years to the practice of law, specialising in civil matters. Along with many other notable distinctions, I highlight his honour's appointment as Queen's Counsel in 1983 and his appointment as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia in 1998. I would like to thank His Honour for his dedication, as well as his wife Patsy, for his dedication to the people of Nova Scotia and for the cultural impact he has had by proudly bearing his Acadian heritage. Thank you so much.
Now, I'll suggest maybe people to put their headsets on, because the honourable member for Nunavut will be doing this in Inuktitut. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous peoples are still experiencing genocide. We are told by this government the investments made to Inuit, First Nations, and Métis. The government of Nunavut needs $250 million just to catch up to the urgent housing needs. To date, there is no response from this government. The chiefs of Ontario have said they need $58.9 billion in all operation and maintenance costs. There are Métis nations seeking their right to self-government to be recognized. Indigenous people rights must be respected. These investments are well below what is needed to address the needs. I remind all Indigenous peoples to stand up and to speak up. Indigenous peoples, show your strength. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 40 years, Le Pivot, an organisation, has been a veritable institution in Beauport, both in terms of leisure activities and the community and social life of our community. At the heart of this not-to-be-missed organisation is Ginette Fauchier, its executive director and most loyal employee. Ginette is a wholehearted, resourceful, cheerful, outspoken, and resilient woman who doesn't shy away from a challenge. Nothing can stop her. After 41 years of pure dedication, giving her heart and soul to ensure that Le Pivot meets the growing needs of our community, my friend Ginette is stepping down. Ginette, you can leave with a sense of accomplishment, having given everything to Le Pivot. You've worked for our people. You represent the best. I wish you all the best for the coming years, which I'm sure will be very busy. Thank you very much, Ginette.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, we all know these downtown Liberals would get a nosebleed if they went north
north of Davis Drive. But it's still ridiculous they think York Simcoe is Toronto. Because the Liberals are so out of touch, rural small town communities like Georgina, the ice fishing capital of Canada, Bradford, West Gwillimbury, East Gwillimbury, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations, even farmers in the soup and salad bowl of Canada must pay more in carbon taxes than Canadians elsewhere in the country. While the Liberals have carved out a few rural communities from paying more, others are being left behind. This government is once again picking and choosing who suffers from the carbon tax the most, based on their own political considerations. And now they're quadrupling it. So will the Prime Minister stop punishing rural Canadians and finally get rid of the carbon tax on farmers, families, and First Nations?
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Tomorrow on Wednesday, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs will be in Ottawa for their annual Fire Chiefs on the Hill Days.
Representing some 3,200 fire departments across Canada, the chiefs will be here to raise awareness of fire safety issues that are of paramount importance to our communities and to update us on the state of fire and emergency preparedness in Canada.
After the record wildfire season we've just had, I encourage all of my colleagues to take the time to meet with the chiefs to learn about the challenges our fire services are facing and hear their recommendations on how we can address these, including by increasing the volunteer firefighter tax credit, a measure I strongly support and have been advocating for.
The fire chiefs will also be taking the opportunity to present the results of the 2023 Great Canadian Fire Census.
I hope you'll all join me at the CAF reception tomorrow night to welcome our Canadian fire chiefs to the Hill.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 60 years, rent is rising faster than salaries. That's according to the Bank of Montreal. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent has doubled, mortgage payments have doubled, and down payments have doubled too. Will the Prime Minister finally watch my documentary? It's an unprecedented, very striking, common sense documentary. And will the Prime Minister come up with a common sense plan to bring down grocery prices and build homes that people can afford and can buy?
Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that the honourable member doesn't put as much energy into generating housing policies as he does to generating housing videos. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is when I actually look at the measures he's putting forward, including in the video, they're going to result in fewer homes being constructed than we are already on pace to build. He plans to put the GST back on some home construction. He plans to cut funding for cities who are trying to build more housing, and he plans for Canada to get out of the home building game altogether. Mr. Speaker, we will make the investments necessary to build more homes and not adopt the strategy to cut home funding like the Conservatives would.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he clearly didn't watch my Common Sense documentary, which is being widely acclaimed by all. If he had, he would know the facts. Our Common Sense plan takes the GST off for apartments that are affordable, below average cost. He wants to take it off just for $10 million penthouses. We want to take the bureaucracy out of the picture so home builders can build. He's got a $4 billion fund that, according to the City of Halifax, is funding more bureaucratic gatekeepers. So why won't he watch the documentary, follow the common sense plan to get rid of the taxes and the bureaucracy and build more homes?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it's fascinating. For him, it's about how many people are going to watch his Twitter videos. For me, it's about how many people are going to have a roof over their head. Hear, hear. The right path forward is going to have Canada make investments in home building, not cuts to home builders. The right investment will reduce taxes on the construction of homes, not put taxes on them. Mr. Speaker, the right path forward will not repeat the mistakes of the past by cutting funding for affordable housing for 30 years, as that honourable member pledges to do. We will make the investments. We will not accept that cuts are the right approach.
The Honourable Leader of the the Official Opposition.
But here's the reality. People don't have roofs over their head. After 8 years of this Prime Minister and his housing minister of photo ops and media puff pieces, the rent has doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. Down payments have doubled. In his own home province, in Halifax, they now have 30 homeless encampments. 9 out of 10 young people say they will never be able to afford a home. And what have they done? Create a $4 billion housing accelerator that 2 years later hasn't completed a single solitary house. Why won't they get rid of the bureaucracy and the taxes so that we can bring homes Canadians can afford?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the irony when I take criticisms about photo ops from that member is shocking, because he continues to use his opportunities to travel around the country on the government's dime to take pictures in front of projects that our government funded. The reality is the fund that he is talking about has secured agreements that will change the way that cities are built, not just in Halifax, but in Moncton, Kitchener, Kelowna, Calgary, Vaughan, Brampton, Richmond Hill, London, Hamilton, the province of Quebec, and I will continue the more time he gives me.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You know, all those homes in all those cities that he's talking about, they're all open concept. They have no walls, they have no windows, they have no roofs, they have no basements, no kitchens, no bathrooms. In fact, Mr. Speaker, other than that, they're the best homes you can imagine, and you'll have to imagine them because after 8 years, they still don't exist. So, instead of pouring billions of dollars into local government gatekeepers who block construction, why won't he follow my common sense plan to require cities boost housing construction by 15% a year or lose their money unless they beat the target and get a building bonus? Common sense.
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's argument falls apart when you come to understand he ignores the good work that has been done since the National Housing Strategy was adopted in 2017. There are hundreds of thousands of homes that exist today that have been built or retrofitted as a direct result of government supports that have put them in place. Mr. Speaker, when you actually look at what the honourable member's policy will do, it will raise taxes on middle-class home construction. It will cut funding to cities who desperately need the infrastructure so they can build more homes, and he will remove support for affordable housing altogether, which is a cardinal sin we cannot repeat after a 30-year history where we should have learned those lessons.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
A cardinal sin. It's time for that member to make a confession that since 2017, when they brought in this program, housing costs have doubled. The rent has doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. The needed down payment have all doubled. My common sense plan, which is in a 15-minute documentary he can watch between photo ops while he's being chauffeured around, would ensure that cities have to permit 15% more homes in order to keep their funding. It would take taxes off construction, including carbon taxes off of building materials, and it would require CMHC bureaucrats quickly approve financing or lose their bonuses and get fired. This is a common sense plan. Why won't he get working to implement it?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
I'm fond of the honourable member's soliloquies on biblical passages, Mr. Speaker, somebody who read scripture in church growing up, and if there's one lesson I took, it's that we all have a responsibility to help the vulnerable members of our community. The reality is we have been investing since 2017 to put money in place that's actually going to support people who do not have a roof over their head, to build more affordable housing after 30 years of Liberal and Conservative governments not taking the issue of housing seriously. The honourable member plans to make cuts where we will make investment, and I know which path will put a roof over more of my neighbours' heads.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, CBC Radio-Canada management at 2 p.m. met with the corporation's employees to deliver some very bad news. Things are not going well in the world of media, Mr. Speaker. Over 600 jobs are being cut. That's more or less the same news that Québécois announced at the beginning of November. That means that our culture, our sense of belonging to our regions, and the quality of information will all suffer. So here is my first question. How long had the Heritage Minister been aware that these cuts were coming? The Honourable Canadian Heritage Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by saying that my thoughts are with all employees of CBC Radio-Canada who are currently meeting with CBC Radio-Canada management. We know that there is a significant crisis in the media sector. This is caused by the dominance of digital platforms in ad spaces, and also it's related to production costs. We reversed the Harper government's cuts to media. We reinvested in our public broadcaster, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives may want to block Canadians from accessing our public broadcaster, but we will continue to be here for CBC Radio Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Catherine Tate, CEO of Radio-Canada, had her mandate extended by 18 months last June. Her mandate was extended to January 2025. She said that's 18 months to fight disinformation. Well, cutting hundreds of jobs over the next few months means cutting not disinformation, but information. Basically, Ms. Tate is not there to combat disinformation. The government extended her mandate to allow her to move forward to making these cuts. At least that's the impression we're getting. So is this what was intended when her mandate was renewed? Seriously. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remind this House that CBC Radio-Canada is at arm's length from the government, and they manage their internal administration independently. We have always supported media and journalists, CBC Radio-Canada, and all media around the country. That's why we have developed programs to better support them, and that's why we're insisting that web giants pay their fair share here in Canada. That's why last week I was very happy to announce that Google will be contributing $100 million a year indexed to the cost of living. But now we need to do even more to support information and to support our public broadcaster, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, it doesn't seem like the Liberals are there for Radio-Canada. Mr. Speaker, the holiday season is just around the corner, and people are wondering what shape they will be in when they get there. As part of Operation Santa Claus, underprivileged children are not asking for Christmas presents, but for food. According to the organizers, it's unprecedented. And that's the extent of the greed and hunger for profits of CEOs who are lining their pockets on the backs of struggling parents. Liberals are doing nothing to curb this greed. Meanwhile, the Conservatives prefer to protect the profits of big corporations. In these difficult times, why are the Liberals letting families down for the benefit of CEOs? The Honourable Finance Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Our government understands that these are difficult times for many families in Canada. That is why our government is here. We are here through the Canada Child Benefit, for example. The Canada Child Benefit helps the least well-off families, helps many Canadian children across the country, and many families. Now, as for taxes, we created a tax for financial institutions to pay for COVID investments.
Mr. Speaker, the holidays are coming up and parents are stressed about covering presents for the kids and managing the costs of a turkey dinner. Meanwhile, Canada's biggest grocery chains are making bucket loads of excess profit. While families struggle this holiday season, the Liberals are offering families a lump of coal. No solutions, just words. But the NDP is getting results. We've summoned the grocery CEOs back to testify on food prices, and Sobeys is here today. Will the Minister take this opportunity to put his foot down on unchecked price gouging that's driving up food prices?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that this is a challenging time for too many families across the country, and that is why we are there to support families. We're there to support them with the Canada Child Benefit. We're there to support them with a historic investment in early learning and childcare. 2.3 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty thanks to support from our government. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, it is important for the biggest companies to pay their fair share. We think we need to introduce more competition into the grocery sector, and we're doing that with a historic transformation of competition law.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 8 years of the Liberal NDP government, they plan on quadrupling their carbon tax scam to crush families, farmers, and First Nations further. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He refuses to tell his senators to stand down and pass common-sense Conservative Bill C-234 to take the tax off our farmers. Even First Nation communities, more than 100, are fed up and taking this government to court over the carbon tax, saying it's disproportionate and an unfair burden to them. When will the Prime Minister take the carbon tax off families, farmers, First Nations, finally?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker, and for the fourth or fifth time, I'd like to remind the Conservatives that the only senators that sit in a caucus sit in their Conservative caucus, and the Senate is in fact independent, Mr. Speaker. And I would actually like to raise the fact that the Conservatives have had this really troubling trend of bullying, particularly female senators, whenever they're not getting what they want out of the Senate, and that's a real problem, Mr. Speaker. That's a problem for democracy, and they should reconsider how they manage their affairs on Twitter and accusing senators of not advancing their legislation at their whimsy.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This is coming from the guy that swore at a girl in her DMs. After 8 years, the Liberal NDP government's empty acts of reconciliation are not worth the cost. A recent Auditor General report proved the carbon tax is an unfair burden on Indigenous communities, something that the Chiefs of Ontario reiterated just last week. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? So is this Liberal NDP government, because they still plan on quadrupling this carbon tax scam. When will the Prime Minister take the carbon tax off families, farmers, First Nations, finally?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, a price on pollution is an important part of addressing the climate issue in a manner that actually promotes innovation and incentives. But let me read you a couple of things here. I quote, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms." I quote, "We will work with the provinces and territories at both the national and state level to develop a trade system for greenhouse gases." Those are the Conservative Party platform from 2008 and 2021. My God, it's the height of hypocrisy in this chamber.
Honourable member for Foothills.
A common-sense Conservative Bill 234 will save farmers close to $1 billion. But this Prime Minister, who is demanding his senators block this bill, is not worth the cost. The Keelstra farm in Okotoks paid $180,000 in carbon taxes this year. When the Prime Minister quadruples that tax, it'll be $480,000 just in carbon taxes. There is no way, when 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks, that we cannot afford to have affordable, nutritious, Canadian-grown food. Will the Prime Minister finally remove the carbon tax from families, farmers, and First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, being a farmer, I fully understand how important it is to take care of the soil and to take care of the environment. Our party has a plan for the environment. My honourable colleague's party does not have a plan for the environment. Quite simply, we're able to make, with our plan, millions of dollars in British Columbia to help farmers innovate, increase their production, and make sure farmers remain on the cutting edge. We have and will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills.
I agree with the Agriculture Minister. Our plan is definitely not to bankrupt farmers and continue to make food unaffordable. Canadian farmers are struggling under punishing input costs like the carbon tax. In fact, often the carbon tax costs them more than the natural gas they use. But the Bill C-234, a common-sense Conservative bill, is the solution. But the Prime Minister is blocking his senators from passing this bill in the Senate. Will the Prime Minister follow his 2001 campaign and pass it forward and let this bill pass the Senate and finally take the carbon tax off farmers, families, and First Nations?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's concern, but I think he's fully aware the only party in this House that has any control over senators is the Conservative Party of Canada. We do not have senators in our party. And there was some talk of harassment in the Senate. We're not involved in harassment. What we want to do as a government is make sure we make farmers innovate, produce more product, and be more profitable. We have and will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Just want to say, the Honourable Member is right here next to me. I can't hear him at all. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, people are desperate about their future. There was a survey in the Journal de Montréal, Québécois 18 to 45 years old. Well, 75% of them are putting off major life events like having children or buying a house. The Liberals and Bloc voted against the motion, which would lower the cost of everything. So will the Prime Minister support C-234 because it would lower the cost of groceries for all Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our colleagues already said, there is only one party in this House which controls senators, and that's the Conservative Party. But if there was an appetite to bring down prices for Canadians and to ensure more access to food, then they would have supported the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. We hope that the Conservative leader will allow his members to vote independently, because that will help us support Ukraine and their fight for freedom. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, the government is trying to turn attention away from what they're doing. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, Santa Claus received a list of Quebec's children who just want a good meal for Christmas as their Christmas gift. There have been 8 years of inflationary policies by this government, but the costly Bloc Liberal coalition just doesn't get it. They don't understand the hopes and dreams of Quebecers. It's costly to vote Bloc. The Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the carbon tax, which makes everything more expensive. Will the Prime Minister finally put an end to his plans to radically increase the carbon tax on farmers and on families? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my colleague across the way, Mr. Speaker, but I'm confused because he, as a Quebecer, knows full well that Quebec is not part of the federal carbon pricing system. That's why I don't understand why he continues to give Quebecers and Canadians that inaccurate information. But the Conservatives, at every possible opportunity, have voted against support to Canadians. So it's nice that now my colleague seems to want to support Canadians, but it's new. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, asylum seekers are a federal jurisdiction. The federal government must reimburse Quebec for the $460 million in intake costs, and if the minister finds that that's expensive, that in fact demonstrates that Quebec is doing more than its share. Even though our public services and community organizations are overstretched, we in Quebec are finding ways to open new integration classes every week. We're finding ways to help with housing. We're finding ways to provide social services. And the more we find ways to help people, the more the federal government seems unwilling to pay. Will the minister finally thank Quebecers and reimburse them? The Honourable Immigration Minister. I thank all Quebecers and all Canadians who are doing their fair share. The member across the way knows that we have a special agreement with Quebec with $700 million for Quebec, and that investment is for French language classes and for integration. And I have a meeting with my counterpart on Friday, and I'd be happy to discuss it with my counterpart. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, for it to be a shared jurisdiction, the minister would first have to do something, because he's not just refusing to pay. He's refusing to ensure that asylum seekers don't have to wait centuries to receive work permits. He's refusing to ensure that the Refugee Board review claims in a timely manner. Basically, the federal government's involvement is this. The government is pushing asylum seekers into insecurity, and what's more, the government penalizes those who help them by offering them services. When will the minister not only reimburse them, but also just do his job, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Immigration Minister. I am doing my job. It's a job that's very important and one that I love. Now, there are challenges. For example, significant migration flows around the world. There are 100 million displaced people around the world, and Canada has record levels too. But over the past few years, we have made progress. We have reduced backlogs and delays, and I think that, yes, there are challenges, but Canada and Quebec can face those challenges. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is doing everything and the federal government is doing nothing. That's quite a way to share responsibilities, isn't it? Quebecers welcome half of Canada's asylum seekers and they pay 100% of the bill instead of Canadians. The minister says that he's not an ATM. Well, I have some news for him, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers aren't ATMs either. Quebecers will continue to do their part and then some to welcome asylum seekers. We just don't want to be the only ones doing so. The minister keeps saying that he's going to meet with his Quebec counterpart. I'd like to make a suggestion, Mr. Speaker. I suggest that he bring his checkbook to the meeting. The Honourable Minister. When the Bloc forms government, they can make as many suggestions as they like, but in the meantime, they'll have to rely on the federal government's decisions. It's possible to be a Quebecer and a Canadian at the same time. I'm a proud example of that. We give over $700 billion to Quebec for integration and French language training. So Quebec is doing its fair share. We work very well with Quebec, and I believe that as partners, we can continue to do a great job and succeed.
Middlesex.
Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government's punishing policies, Canadians are hungrier than ever. First, Canada's premiers asked for a carve-out. The Prime Minister, well, he said no. Then farmers asked for a carve-out, and the Prime Minister, he said no. Now Ontario's First Nation leaders are asking the federal court to exempt their communities from the federal carbon tax. Canada is unified, and one thing is clear. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister cut the carbon tax for farmers, families, and First Nations finally?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just like everyone in this House, I share the goal of ensuring the success of our Canadian farmers, and that's why our government has exempted gas and diesel for farm use from pollution pricing. We've created a rural top-up for rebates, and we've doubled it. We've directly returned the proceeds collected in proportion to the amount collected. We've also returned $120 million to farmers in the last year. In addition to that, $500 million in R&D for new technologies to make sure that grain drying is less and less emitting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member Len Kent Middlesex.
It's almost like these Liberals think that farmers haven't had it so good and Canadians haven't had it so good, but they're struggling to put food on their tables and afford food. Brian, a farmer in my riding, told me he's paid over $16,000 in carbon tax to heat his 2 chicken barns this year. And the Prime Minister, well, he wants to quadruple the carbon tax. It's really not that difficult to understand. If it costs farmers more to grow food, it costs more to buy food. Clearly, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister finally remove the carbon tax for farmers, families, and First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What farmers and ranchers cannot understand is why her party does not have a plan for the environment. I can tell my honourable colleague that we do have a plan for the environment. We are working with farmers and ranchers, and that's why we're able to make announcements like in Manitoba a couple of weeks ago to announce living labs. This gives an opportunity for scientists, farmers, and industry itself to work together to make sure we keep farmers on the cutting edge. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to make sure farmers remain on the cutting edge.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadian children are asking not for Tonka trucks for Christmas, but rather for food. That's what Canada is now after 8 years of this Liberal government. And food comes from agriculture. Bill C-234 is currently being blocked by senators appointed by this Liberal Prime Minister. And now the Bloc Québécois, which voted for the bill, is supporting senators delaying its passage in the Senate. It's expensive to vote for the Bloc. Will the Prime Minister finally cancel his plan to radically increase the carbon tax on farmers and on families? Will he cancel it once and for all?
Honourable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in fact, Canada, like many countries around the world, is dealing with the impacts of inflation, and Canadians are feeling those impacts. During our time in government, we have taken action to support Canadians. For example, the Canada Child Benefit, which lifted many Canadian children out of poverty, and we continue to take action like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Three CEOs raked in billions of profits as they jacked up prices for Canadians just trying to put food on the table. And what did this Prime Minister do? Nothing. And now Sobeys workers in Halifax are on the streets demanding fair wages so they can afford to buy the food that they sell. Sobeys CEO, who made $6.8 million a year, has insulted their workers with a 5-cent raise per hour, a nickel. So, what is this government doing to tackle the corporate greed that is exploiting workers from coast to coast?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes that everyone in Canada needs to pay their fair share. That's why we have permanently increased corporate income tax on financial institutions by 1.5%. That is why we implemented a COVID recovery dividend of 15%. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are introducing historic changes to competition law in Canada. These will increase competition, particularly in the grocery sector. That is going to help Canadian families from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canadians with loved ones in Gaza have spent many sleepless nights worrying about their families as the humanitarian crisis worsens. UNICEF now calls Gaza the most dangerous place for children in the world. Today, the NDP joined with a coalition of Palestinian families and community groups to call for special immigration measures so that people in Canada can reunite with their loved ones. The Australian government is already doing it. Canada must do the same. Will the Liberals immediately enact special immigration measures to include extended family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents from Gaza?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I agree that Gaza is one of the worst places to live in the world right now, and we're very preoccupied by the fact that many children, too many children, and too many women have lost their lives. I met with many humanitarian groups earlier today to share my concern and to hear their thoughts on how we can make sure that Palestinian civilians are protected. And meanwhile, I must say that we are extremely happy that 130 Canadians were able to cross Rafah last night and are now back in Egypt heading towards Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on this 10th day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, it is crucial to highlight the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQI+ people is ongoing. And with the magnitude of this national tragedy, we must continue to work together on a comprehensive response to address its root causes and the need for accountability. Can the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations shed light on the specific actions that this government is currently undertaking to address the ongoing crisis? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for her hard work and her advocacy. The ongoing national crisis of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people must come to an end. Last week, we met with families, survivors, and Indigenous leaders to work towards a red dress alert system so that when Indigenous women go missing, they can be found. And today, I announced funding for 31 Indigenous-led projects to implement our action plan. This includes funding to enable the Ontario Native Women's Association to better support families. We are working in partnership right across Canada to address this crisis, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of NDP Liberal borrowing and spending, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. 90% of Canadian mortgages up for renewal in the next 2 years are at fixed interest rates of about 3%. Today, there are 3 million Canadians about to head to renew their mortgages, and they're facing rates of up to 7%. The Bank of Canada Governor has confirmed that excessive government borrowing and spending is driving these rate hikes. So when will the Prime Minister end the inflationary spending, balance the budget to lower rates so that Canadians can afford to eat, heat, and keep their homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am glad that the member opposite has asked a question about mortgage renewals because it gives me an opportunity to be sure that all Canadians know about the Canadian Mortgage Charter, which we published in the Fall Economic Statement a couple of weeks ago. The Canadian Mortgage Charter gives Canadians who are facing a mortgage renewal a clear sense of what they have the right to ask their bank to do in terms of tailored support. It's providing Canadians with relief right now, and I urge everyone to take a look.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, I can bet that their mortgage charter and any other photo ops and PR stunts they do are about as useful as monopoly money, but more Liberal vanity projects and PR campaigns clearly aren't going to fix the fiscal mess that this Liberal NDP government has caused over the last 8 years. Canadians headed to renew their mortgages are facing double the payments. And they're about to find out that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So when? I ask when? When will the NDP Liberal government stop the inflationary spending, balance the budget, lower rates, so that Canadians can afford to keep their homes?
The The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I think everyone in this House knows, Canada has a AAA rating and the lowest debt and deficit in the G7. It is also true, Mr. Speaker, that our government invested in Canadians during COVID, and we were proud to do so. We supported 9 million Canadians with CERB. We supported more than 5 million Canadian jobs with the wage subsidy, and we supported 900,000 Canadian businesses with CEBA loans. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition called those big, fat government programs. I call those life rafts for Canadians when they needed them the most.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP-backed Liberal Prime Minister, the cost of homes and rent has doubled. Mr. Speaker, it's so bad in St. John's that one man ignored his bail hearing so that he could be sent to jail instead of spending a cold, wet, homeless winter on the streets. When petty criminals choose dilapidated jail cells like those at Her Majesty's Penitentiary over homelessness, it's clear that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister commit to ending the homeless crisis, or does he take pleasure in seeing people choose jail over homelessness?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think any member of this House of any party takes any pleasure in seeing anyone in this country live on the street, and it would be a shame if the honourable member were suggesting that was the case. When it comes to the supports that we're actually putting in place in the City of St. John's, which he referenced in his question, I would point him to the recent exchange we had with the Mayor of St. John's, where we encouraged them to increase their housing ambition so they could actually provide homes for more people and reduce the cost of rent. The funding that we hope to provide to the City of St. John's, should they meet the moment, comes through a program that he is personally committing to oppose. The Conservatives believe the solution to the housing crisis is to spend less money on housing, and I fundamentally disagree.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna, Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, inflation is caused by the Prime Minister's deficit spending. The Bank of Montreal's chief economist explained that inflation is the new villain, fueling the fires of Canada's housing hell. Rents have skyrocketed 8.2% year over year, the fastest pace since 1983. Rents are up, mortgages are up, inflation's up, interest rates are up. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. After 8 years, when will this NDP Liberal government stop their deficit spending so people can keep a roof over their head? Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about some facts and reality. The reality is Canada has the lowest deficit and the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the entire G7. The reality is that when you listen to the objective economists whose job is to judge our fiscal position, the ratings agencies, we have a AAA rating. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We made the necessary investments to support Canadians. That's by 1.1 million more jobs in Canada than before COVID, while our economy is more than 104% bigger than it was before COVID, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, for months we've wanted to know who interfered in the competition for the Afghanistan mission monument, who overruled the jury to oust Quebec's Daou team. Well, documents obtained at committee confirm that the Prime Minister's office interfered. In May 2022, PMO organized a meeting with departments to discuss the competition. Then in July, PMO lobbied, but the officials were against the idea of bypassing the jury. Why did PMO interfere in the competition to make sure the Daou team lost? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. Mr. Speaker, the creation of the Afghanistan monument will recognize the commitment of Canadians who served in that mission. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Veterans Affairs did a poll or a questionnaire, and over 12,000 Canadians, most of them veterans, responded to the poll. And the concept chosen was one that they felt better reflected their bravery and participation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the survey they're talking about is bogus. Léger panned it. But in any case, the jury did take into account that poll before making their decision. Here's what really happened. PMO interfered with the decision at least twice. The Department of Justice provided legal opinions on the consequences of overturning the jury's decision. Expert witness Jean-Pierre Chupin at committee confirmed that out of 500 competitions in Canada, this had never happened before. Why did the Prime Minister interfere in the competition to make sure the Daou team lost? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what really happened was the government chose to listen to veterans. The department did a poll or a questionnaire, and over 12,000 Canadians responded. And once again, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of those respondents were veterans or their family members. The results were clear. People felt that the selected monument better reflected the bravery and participation of veterans, and that's why we went with that choice.
Crowfoot. Canadians depend on affordable proteins like chicken, yet over the last 8 years, families are forced to cut back on these essentials. Canadian farms lead the world in environmental best practices, but the Liberals choose only to punish them with higher costs, red tape, and a quadrupling of the carbon tax. A chicken farmer near Redwater, Alberta, is already paying nearly $2,000 a month in the carbon tax. Come the middle of winter, that cost will double. Costs that are passed on to Canadians who are already struggling to put food on the table. Will these Liberals finally take the tax off families, farmers, and First Nations finally?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaking with farmers across the country, one of the biggest concerns they have is why the opposition party does not have a policy or a plan to deal with the environment. Chicken farmers understand very well, like every other farmer, you need to have a plan. We have to deal with the environment. And because we do have a plan for environment, we're able to assist chicken farmers. We're able to make sure the supply management system remains in shape. You can tell my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, can tell his chicken farmer that we will make sure that supply management remains strong.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, it is unbelievable how out of touch that Ag Minister is. Jake from Vermeer's Dairy near Camrose saw a bill of $1,700 in carbon tax charges alone last month, and it's going to be more as winter settles in on the Canadian prairies. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that these Liberals do not have an environmental plan, but rather a tax plan that punishes those who are best equipped to lower the price of food in this country. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Will those Liberals tell their Liberal-appointed senators to pass common sense Conservative Bill C-234 to axe the tax so farmers can feed our people?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I appreciate my honourable question, and my office has been in regular contact with the farmers you spoke about. The operation has benefited from several of our government programs, including the BRM program and funding through the Climate Action Incentive Fund. We will continue to support large operations in the country, and we will continue to work with small agricultural operations in this country to make sure both operations succeed and expand.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, can this government listen to common sense? They've been in power for 8 years. Can't they get out of their bubble and pay attention to the real world? It's expensive to vote for the Bloc. Here's another example. With Bloc complicity, the Liberals are blocking Bill C-234, which would give a break to our farmers and, by the same token, Canadian families. Will the Prime Minister put an end to his plan to radically increase the carbon tax on the backs of our farmers and Canadian families, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it's important for me to say once again that there is no federal carbon tax in Quebec for farmers or for the public. Mr. Speaker, like all members in this place, I share the goal of ensuring the situation for our Canadian farmers, and that's why we have taken steps to help rural families, and we've returned $120 million to farmers since...
For Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, housing is top of mind for my community of Richmond Centre and all Canadians. For many, the rising cost of rent is causing stress, and for others, they feel like they will never be able to own a home. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to address those concerns and get more homes built. Can the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance tell Canadians what our government has been doing to build more homes faster for British Columbians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for his important question and for his hard work for the people of Richmond Centre and all the people of BC. Our government is stepping up to lead the national effort to build more homes faster. Just last week, I was at an affordable housing project in downtown Vancouver. That project next May will begin welcoming its first residents into 231 beautiful new affordable rental homes. And that is less than 3 years after shovels first went into the ground. We're going to keep on working to build more homes faster for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
After 8 years, the NDP Liberal government has turned their backs on Canadian labour. The government is bringing in 1,600 taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers for the battery assembly plant in Windsor. That's $40 billion or $3,000 in taxes per household. Conservatives have been consistently demanding the release of these contracts publicly, but the NDP have flip-flopped and are working with the Liberals to keep the contracts secret, to hide these bad contracts. When will the Liberals and the NDP stand up for Canadian auto workers and release the contracts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, now either the Conservative leader takes us all for fools or he thinks the Canadian public was in a coma for the last 20 years. Either way, no one could take his claim to be protecting local jobs seriously. Not only is his track record as part of the previous Conservative government abysmal, consisting of the loss of over 300,000 manufacturing jobs, he has also proven to be one of the most anti-worker MPs, a legacy which he continues today by demonstrating and opposing legislation that creates good jobs for Canadian workers. While Conservatives pretend to care about workers, we'll continue to create thousands of jobs.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The NDP have turned their back on Canadian workers to back this Prime Minister and his secret deal to bring in overseas replacement workers. It's clear that after 8 years, this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost to Canadian workers. The NDP member for Windsor voted to keep secret the contracts from Canadian taxpayers. So if the NDP Liberal government have nothing to hide, then why not show Canadians the details that's going to cost them $3,000 per family? So will the Prime Minister finally release the contract details so Canadians can see how many replacement workers $40 billion buys?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Contrary to what the Conservatives claim, our government has always been clear regarding jobs created by investments like LG Stellantis. In a recent article, Yakubuski writes, "These workers will only be here for a matter of months. The plant could not be built without them, or at least not in time for battery production to be up and running by 2025. They will not steal jobs from Canadian construction workers, nor occupy any of the 2,500 permanent jobs." Now, I know the opposition leader has a hard time showing respect to journalists, but maybe the Conservatives should stop fear-mongering and read the Globe and Mail.
I want to read the contract. I want to see the contract. Where's the contract?
We were doing so well right to about there. There we go.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, we all know that cover-ups have become their trademark. At the Government Operations Committee, the Liberals filibustered for hours to avoid disclosing the contracts with the battery plants. And we know what they're afraid of. From Stellantis in Ontario to Northvolt in Quebec, this Prime Minister has poured billions into temporary replacement workers. He's just not worth the cost. Will he finally set the record straight for Canadians and make the contracts public? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows full well, committees are independent. They make their own decisions. But when it comes to investing in Stellantis, the Conservatives were in favour because that's 250,000 jobs in Windsor. And what the local union head says is that what the Conservatives are doing is actually jeopardizing these investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, last week Dow Chemicals announced a multi-billion-dollar investment in Alberta. While the Conservative members from Alberta voted against the policies that helped us land this job-creating deal, Liberals still made it happen. If they were in power...
Order.
Yelling at us.
A lot of yelling there. Let's just keep the volume down so the honourable member can ask the question. The honourable member of Calgary Skyview.
If they were in power, the climate science denying Conservatives would squander these investments with their alternative facts-based agenda. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources update this House on how my home...
Okay. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his consistent advocacy for Alberta and Albertans. Mr. Speaker, any relevant and credible plan...
Turn my own microphone on here. Order. Order. I thought we were doing really well. We went really quickly here through these questions. It's been awesome up to now. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources from the top.
I would like to once again thank my honourable colleague for his consistent advocacy for Alberta and Alberta. Mr. Speaker, any relevant, credible plan must take climate change seriously and look to seize the economic opportunities that can come through a transition to a low-carbon future. Last week, Dow announced it was taking advantage of Canada's carbon capture hydrogen investment tax credit to build the world's first net-zero petrochemical facility. It is an $11 billion investment, create 8,000 jobs in construction and hundreds thereafter for Fort Saskatchewan. But it's not just the credits that motivated Dow, and I quote the Dow CEO who said they invested here because, and I quote, Canada has a price on carbon pollution. While Conservatives have no plan, they don't have a plan for the environment, they don't have a plan for the economy, our plan is working.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People with disabilities are being rent-evicted and priced out of their homes. Disproportionately, it's women also at risk of gender violence. Over half of women with disabilities are living on less than $10,000 a year. This is not sustainable or safe. The skyrocketing cost of housing and food is hurting persons with disabilities. They need the Canada Disability Benefit yesterday. Will this Liberal government end their unnecessary delay and release the Canada Disability Benefit immediately?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her advocacy and for raising the issue of disability. This is a very important concern. Our government is seized by this issue. Yep. Thankfully, this Parliament passed the disability benefit, made it into law. We are working on the regulations. We are consulting the community fully, and this will happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, only 2 months till the long-awaited inquiry into foreign interference. Sadly, foreign operatives even remotely involved are retired and back in Beijing or Tehran. The Hogue inquiry faces serious time constraints, issuing an interim report in February and a final report by the end of 2024. It took 2 months to create a website and harder to find than interference itself. It strains credulity that the inquiry will be in full force with Santa and New Year's. Aside from its desire for this thorny issue to disappear, does the government find it odd that Canadians can get more information on foreign interference in Canada simply by reading the New York Times?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker. As I've said before in this place, we take the issues of foreign interference extremely seriously. We've moved forward with consultations on a foreign agent registry. We've implemented several measures in this place to strengthen our democratic institutions. And Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the Hague recommendations that we will also be looking at very seriously. Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue, but an issue that every single parliamentarian should be taking seriously, and we look forward to working with everyone in this place.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. Before we go to routine, of course, we still have to complete some of the stuff we're doing before question period. So I'll go to the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman to finish up on his point of privilege, or point of order, or comment to the point of order.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just continue on with addressing the question of privilege that was raised on Friday by the member from St. Hyacinth, Bagot, and I've gotten to the point in my dissertation as to the ruling that Speaker Milliken had made back in 2002 about the Minister of National Defence at that time. And he's quoted saying misleading the minister or a member who has been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. The Speaker in 2002 accepted the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House and made the following statement, nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation. The Speaker went on to say that on the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us, where the House is left with two versions of events, is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I therefore invite the honourable member for Portage Lisgar to move this motion. Mr. Speaker, on November 4, 2003, the member for Scarborough Rouge River presented to the House the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, which documented how the former Privacy Commissioner had deliberately misled the committee and provided false and misleading information to it. The member for Scarborough Rouge River rose later in the sitting on a question of privilege to charge the former commissioner with contempt of Parliament based on the contents of the report. On November 6, 2003, the Speaker delivered his ruling and found the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege. On April 10, 2008, the member for Charlottetown raised a question of privilege alleging that the RCMP Deputy Commissioner provided false and misleading testimony to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts at a meeting of February 21, 2007. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts reported the matter to the House, and the Speaker found that a prima facie case of contempt had been established. On February 17, 2011, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood and other members argued that a minister had made statements in a committee that were different from those made in the House or provided to the House in written form. These members argued that the material available showed that contradictory information had been provided. As a result, they argued that this demonstrated that the minister deliberately misled the House and that, as such, a prima facie case of privilege exists. In a ruling of March 9, 2011, the Speaker said, "The crux of the matter, it seems to me, is that as the committee has reported, when asked who inserted the word not in the assessment of the Karios funding application, in testimony the minister twice replied that she did not know." In a February 14th statement to the House, while she did not indicate that she knew who inserted the word not, the minister addressed this matter by stating that not was inserted at her discretion. At the very least, it can be said that this has caused confusion. The minister has acknowledged this and has characterized her own handling of the matter as unfortunate. Yet, as is evident from hearing the various interventions that have made since then, the confusion persists. As the member for Scarborough Rouge River told the House, this has confused me. It has confused Parliament. It has confused us in our exercise of holding the government to account, whether it is the Privy Council, whether it is the minister, whether it is public officials. We cannot do our job where there is that type of confusion. Madam Speaker, on February 25, 2014, the then House Leader of the official opposition raised a question of privilege regarding statements made in the House by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House during debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. He further argued that the matter was not resolved by the statements made by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville on February 24 and 25th.
where he admitted that, contrary to his original claim, he had not actually witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed. In his view, this was not a simple case of someone misspeaking. He argued rather that was a case where the member deliberately chose to take something he knew not to be true and present it as eyewitness evidence, something so egregious it constituted contempt. On March 3rd, the Speaker delivered his ruling, citing that Speaker Milliken was faced with this in February 2002, when the then Minister of National Defence, Art Eggleton, provided contradictory information to the House. In a ruling on a question of privilege raised about the contradiction, Peter Milliken stated on February 1 at page 8,581 of debates, "I am prepared, as I must be, to accept the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House." Speaker Milliken went on to conclude, "In keeping with that precedent, I'm prepared to accord the same courtesy to the member from Mississauga-Streetsville." At the same time, the fact remains, Madam Speaker, that the House continues to be seized of completely contradictory statements. This is a difficult position in which to leave members who must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided to perform their parliamentary duties. Accordingly, in keeping with the precedent cited earlier, in which Speaker Milliken indicated that the matter merited further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear their error, I'm prepared in this case for the same reason to allow for the matter to be put to the House. On November the 3rd, 1978, the member for Northumberland Durham raised a question of privilege and charged that he had been deliberately misled by the former Solicitor General. The member had written in 1973 to the Solicitor General, who assured him that as a matter of policy, the RCMP did not intercept the private mail of Canadians. On November 1st, 1978, during testimony before the MacDonald Commission, the former commissioner of the RCMP stated that they did indeed intercept mail on a very restricted basis, and that the practice was not one which had been concealed from ministers. The Speaker ruled on December 6, 1978, that there was indeed a prima facie case of contempt. Now, Madam Speaker, go back to the original question that was raised by the member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. He said on November 4th that the member he had been told by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence that a decision had not yet been made in answer to a question that he had here on November 21st about the replacement of our CP-140 Aurora aircraft. The Parliamentary Secretary said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member. We need to replace the CP-140 Aurora patrol aircraft. However, we need to replace them with something that will serve the operational capability of the armed forces. No decision has been made yet." Now, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary's second answer was even more specific, and she said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear today, no decision has been made." Now, a few days later, on November 28th, in an answer to questions from that member, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement said, and I quote, "I thank our colleague for acknowledging the expertise of aerospace workers not only in Quebec but also in Canada. That is why the decision we'll soon be making is an important one." Now, Madam Speaker, we know that effective the next day, on November 29th, there was multiple media reports that the government was actually going to be buying the Boeing Poseidon 8, or the P-8 patrol aircraft. Quoting Global News, it said, "Sources who are not authorized to speak publicly on the matter said that last week," which was November 23rd, "Cabinet greenlit the purchase of 16 P-8A Poseidon surveillance aircraft to replace the half-century-old CP-140 Auroras." Goes on to say, two of the sources, including the senior government officials, said the Treasury Board held a special meeting Tuesday night, that's November 28th, and approved the contract, which a U.S. agency has listed as worth $5.9 billion American, or $8 billion Canadian. So, Madam Speaker, the announcement did finally get made officially on November the 30th to sole source the P-8 from Boeing. Now, this question of privilege does not call into question the replacement of our CP-140 Aurora patrol aircraft or the process of awarding that contract to Boeing. So, to be clear, Conservatives want to procure equipment for the Royal Canadian Air Force and the Canadian Armed Forces. We just want to do it faster, and we want to make sure that we're procuring the kit and the equipment that our armed forces are asking for. This question of privilege is whether or not the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence and the Minister of Procurement and Government Services intentionally misled this House. And based on the timing of events that I just laid out, I support the member of St. Hyacinth Baggett's question of privilege. The answers from both the Minister of Procurement and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence were misleading to the House and the defence industry, and I would suggest this constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege.
Thank the honourable member for the arguments brought forward, and they will be taken under advisement. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby on the same motion of privilege.
No, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to intervene on the question of privilege raised this morning by the member for Regina Capel. And Madam Speaker, we were all dismayed over the weekend after seeing the Speaker in a video tribute to the outgoing interim provincial Liberal leader at the Ontario Liberal Convention. Furthermore, the video was shot from the Speaker's chamber and in the traditional Speaker's robes. Tel qu'il a été mentionné plus tôt aujourd'hui dans le...
As was mentioned earlier today, in the House Rules and Procedure, Boston-Gagnon, 3rd edition, page 324, I quote, "In order to guarantee the impartiality of this office, the Speaker must abstain from all partisan political activities." End quote, Mr. Speaker. The rules regarding the impartiality of the Speaker could not be clearer. There's no if, there's no but, there are no exceptions to this abstention from participating in partisan activities. The apology issued this morning by the Speaker partly explains why this regrettable situation occurred. We do understand that the video was recorded for an intimate gathering for a friend, but it is the Speaker's responsibility to ensure that such a video is not used in a partisan context. The Speaker said that he will recuse himself from these proceedings about this matter based on the October 18th, 2023 statement about recusal by the Speaker, and we do support that the Speaker recuse himself from this situation.
Reality of the office of the Speaker. The citations, quotes are clear that the Speaker should not be taking part in any partisan activities. To take part while wearing his Speaker's robes in a video shot in this building makes the situation all the more clear. We believe that the proper way to deal with this, as the member for Regina Capel made clear this morning at this point, is to refer the matter to committee, more specifically to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, for them to study and recommend any appropriate remedies so that this never happens again. Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Input, so I think that probably much finishes it for that particular issue, but I know the Honourable House Leader for the Opposition has a point.
I just want to thank the Honourable House Leader for the NDP for his contribution to the question, and just I wanted to take this opportunity to inform the House that gone through and looked at some of the remarks that were made today and looked at the Speaker's statement this morning, and again looked at what happened on the weekend, and just to make a comparison to what would happen in a similar circumstance in another area where a group or an entity depends on the impartiality of a certain position. And if we think what would happen if an NHL referee appeared in a locker room for one of the teams wearing his referee's outfit and giving a bit of a pep talk or giving positive messages to the team that's about to go out and play on the ice, how long do we think that NHL referee would continue in that post? So, you know, it's a difficult thing to say, especially as a former Speaker, but I do believe that this has caused it has undermined the position of the Speaker so greatly that I must add my voice and the voice of the official opposition to those who have asked for the Speaker to resign. We have a number of very important rulings in front of the House. There's ones on the Ways and Means motion where we believe that the bill should be, that the motion should be disallowed. The Speaker decided to allow the motion to proceed and allow the government to bring in a subsequent bill. the Speaker's decision to participate in a partisan event now calls that decision into question. I mentioned other rulings in my earlier remarks. I won't repeat those, Mr. Speaker, but I did just want to inform you and the House of the position of the official opposition.
No other points of order, no other points of privilege. There you go, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's responses to 19 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to those 19 petitions. But, as I said, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Brampton North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Yeah. Okay.
Why do you hate back as well?
Mr. Lammergeur, seconded by Madame Sahota, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. C'est un député participant.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate that to the chair.
Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you can find that will pass on division.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded division.
In the members.
Hi everyone, I'm just letting everybody know I'm going to stop the feed and I'm going to restart a new one so that it breaks up the stream, because the stream is 4 hours and 39 minutes as is. So I'm going to stop it and restart up a new stream.